Yo, what's good? Hello. Otmir Dreddington, hello. Hi. Good to see you. How you doing? Welcome on in. Thanks for joining. Today we're gonna be continuing Tomb Raider. Okay. I found out the dumbest fix to the glitch that we were stuck on. Hang on, is my audio delayed? We love it. I should just start every stream by doing that. Okay. Like 4 days ago, when I last streamed this, I was in this puzzle that I couldn't solve because of a frame rate issue. I'm doing good, just big exhausted. How about you? I'm sorry to hear that you're exhausted. Feel free to chill out. Kick back, watch, get some fucking snacks, my dude. I'm doing good though. Thank you for asking. I've had a pretty good day. I'm starting my day a little later than I would have thought, or than I would have planned. I kind of slept for a little longer than I had hoped, but oh well. So, when I was last here, there was this puzzle that is up here. Also, if you can tell from the top right, my frame rate is capped at 60. Because I found out if my frame rate is running higher than 60, then it fucks with the physics. Head shifter, is that my friend Cal? Oh my god.
Someone's been in here.
Hi.
Recently.
Hello, welcome
Building
in.
on top of the
Good to
ruins.
see you.
What do you see?
Hope your day's been good.
Some sort of makeshift distillery.
Oh wait, I was supposed to lower this first.
Flowers. Shit.
But look, it moves
Of
now.
course. She's refining the
I just had to
pollen,
lower
weaponizing
the
it.
FPS.
There's no magic here, Nadia, just someone very clever.
Wait, but if it is just a person, then wouldn't the pollen affect her too?
How you doing,
She can
Cal?
resist it somehow.
How's my
So-
favorite mountain lion, Californian mountain lion? See, look, it works. It works. We went through all that. what a dumb fix. So I'm just gonna play the rest of the game now in 60 frames, just because I don't want to deal with this again. Can't complain, enjoying some RE4 right now. Or RE4 remaster again, you? Nice. Hell yeah. RE4 remaster sounds like a lot of fun. Are you have you started the Separate Ways story campaign? I like doing the Separate Ways story in the OG one. I still plan on getting the new one at some point. I did also have my
Since these bastards dragged me from the gulag, from Ivan.
gulag.
I found something. One of the prisoners wrote down a formula that might counteract the effects of the pollen.
It has to be from my grandmother. The witch killed her, and now she's gonna help save Grandpa, just like in one of his stories.
Nadia.
Amazing.
Have faith, Laura. Hop back to the Soviet installation where we met. I'll help you find what you need.
Okay. I was gonna say yes. So my backlog has actually increased because Epic released the Outer Worlds and it's like the Outer Worlds like complete edition, and then Thief for free. So best believe I'm going to be playing those games. I've always wanted to play Outer Worlds. I love New Vegas, and it's Obsidian. You know, I gotta fucking play it. And I hear Thief is like one of the best games out there. So I've always wanted to play it. Now I can. Love your VTuber, by the way. Thank you. Oh my god. Appreciate it. All credit to the artist. I only made the textures. I have more like examples of the models that I have down below in the description. But yeah. Oh wait, I'm back here.
I don't have the words to describe what I just saw. I went inside the wicked veil looking
I'm not gonna
for
lie, I
Malcolm.
was not expecting.
I barely escaped with my life. It was like a fairy tale, but through a broken, filthy mirror. And Dad, I know intellectually it was all in my mind, but
I was gonna say, yeah, I for sure thought I was gonna have to abandon this game. And I'm glad I don't. Definitely glad I don't. But now I have to see how far I can make it just in this stream. Cause you know, and the amount of time it's taken me to figure out how to solve that bug, which like really hard stuck me for like a good amount of days. My backlog has grown, and it's like, oh man, I got all these games to play. I gotta go through all these games on stream. That and I missed streaming. Streaming's fun. Although I have been having fun with Helldivers. I've been playing a lot of Helldivers off stream. It's the updates, the newest update is really good. It's really fun. All four are amazing. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like them. How was your week? My week was good. My week was good. Yeah, it was really good. I got to
all right,
I
Nadia,
hanged
I'm
out with
back
some
at the
friends.
installation. Any advice on where to start looking?
Okay, first, the
Talked
seed
with
pods.
some
The
folks,
flowers grow inside the caves around
and I figured
There's
out
never enough
how to
of them
fix
make
my
you
game,
sick, so you should be able to gather some safely.
and I got more games.
The livers should be easy. The deer around there feed on the flowers, so
been-
you'll just
it's been
need to
really
track
good.
them down. As for the insecticide, I have an idea where we might find some. Grandpa taught me to read Russian, so I'm going through some old equipment manifests to see if I can find out where they stored it. I'll let you know when I find it.
All right, I'll start gathering the other supplies now.
Alright. Where is this? Over here. Nice. Yeah. It's really nice. I've been having a good time. I missed. Not only that, but trying to think of what else. Yeah, no, I've been having a really good week. And I missed streaming. Oh, and I have really good news for the stream. I am upgrading my VTube software. We're about to get more channel redeems. You're gonna be able to like throw stuff at me. You're gonna be able to like summon food for me for my character to eat. It's so cool. I got VTuber Plus. That's the name of the software, and I got it working. I just haven't set it up to be like perfect yet. I have to like go through through some settings and like make it like not look like so janky. Basically, it's I have to troubleshoot some issues. And even better is it lets me swap models at the press of a button. So I was talking last stream about how I wanted to do a species swap redeem, so I could change models like if someone redeems points. And I could actually have that happen now. It's so cool. Oh my god. I'm so looking forward to it. There's like some screen effects you can do. There's one that like changes my like orange colors to like be like rainbow. So you can make me rainbow. It's really neat actually. I like it a lot. I'm gonna set that up for next stream. I couldn't set that up for this stream. I spent like an hour before I started this stream trying to figure out trying to figure out how to get it to work like in the first place. But now I just need a like perfect it. I need to import all my models. What the fuck am I looking for over here? Collect sea pods for being oh, deer livers. Oh. Alright. What I was gonna say. Yeah, now I just need to perfect it. It's gonna happen. All in due time. Where'd the deer go? Where did the deer go? What? Did he fall? Oh, I locked it. Oh, nice. Deer. Damn. I got one. My professor has me doing a 200-page thesis. Oof. Oof. Now that's a heavy thesis. God damn. What's your thesis on? If you don't mind me asking. Is it something that's like pretty manageable to write 200 pages on? Because it would suck if it's like something that's like can't be talked about a whole lot. Oh hey, I just realized. Can get in this. Theoretical physics, statistical mechanics to be specific. Oh my god. Oh, so you're smart. Okay, alright, I get it. You've got a big brain. Submachine gun. Crimson, oh my god. With my hands. Hi Crimson. Hi Crimson. Hi Crimson. Hi puppy. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the sub. I'm not smart. What do you mean you're not smart? You just told me you're writing a 200-page thesis about theoretical physics and statistical mechanics. That sounds like some pretty big brain stuff. You're telling me you know more than just what 2 + 2 equals? You're telling me there's more to math than just 2 + 2? Only a dumb human being would major in theoretical physics. Those humans are pretty fucking weird, if you ask me. Such wacky humans those things are. We don't know anything about humans here. No humans here. All is well now that I can hear your voice, Lou. Aww. You're sweet. Fucking please get this deer. I need your liver. Got it. Give me your liver. 2 + 2 = 78. We know this. You know what? You're right. 2 + 2 is 78. I remember the first time I discovered 2 + 2 = 78.
Did you clear out the cave? Is it safe?
It was back in the summer of
Not
'97.
yet, but I will.
I wasn't even born in '7. I wasn't even alive in '97. I'm too drunk for math. Are you? Or are you too math for drunk? No, that's a thinker. I can go on about math all day. You would put me to sleep. I can't with math. It was never my strongest suit. I'm actually really bad at math. Crimson knows this. I've told Crimson about how bad I am at math. This is not where I need to be. I failed the same math class 3 times. Granted, it was college level math, but still. Math is like a it's like a it's like a stat, you know. So, some people just have higher stats on math than others, and that's okay. I've accepted my fate. I min-maxed my build into other parts. I'm still waiting for the update where the devs add the ability to respec. What in the hell am I looking for over here? Alright, I'm gonna go over there. Crimson! Oh my god. Thank you for the gifted sub. Oh my god. Oddmere Dreddington, enjoy the ad-free viewing and our one hold on, let me zoom. And our one singular emote. It's the only one we've got, but it's pretty good. Thank you. It's the best emote. Oh, thank you. I want to get more emotes so bad.
Is it safe?
What a good
No, not yet, but I will.
soon, all in due time. It's gonna happen. It's going to happen. Emotes are emotes. Emotes are emotes, but I love emotes. Good emotes. They're awesome. Oh my god, I just realized you have one too. Oh my god. Head pat Cal. Oh my god. I love that. Even Cal gets head pats.
Flowers. Just need the seed pods now.
Persian Wolf. Hello, welcome on in. You'll love this game. I also love this game. I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm still going through it though, so please no spoilers. I played the first one. I'm planning on going through the whole series. I have this one and the next one lined up. Also Liz. Oh my god, is that Liz? Is that Liz? Is that the Liz I see? Hello, Liz. Hi. How are you? I'm good. I'm doing very good. Thank you so much for asking. I hope you're doing good as well. How are you? And Oddmere, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Boneheads. Do enjoy your stay. Which cave am I going into now? This one. I love something else. Lou knows what I'm talking about. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Anything to share with the class there? Each game gets better and better. I agree. Yeah. Hang on. I've really been liking each of the games. Oh, you're still alive! I'm sorry. I don't like hurting dogs, but I have to. Oh wait, this is what I'm looking for.
Laura, I got something you'll want to hear. I'm patching you in.
Bravo team is still MIA. We haven't got any transmissions since the distress call. We're gonna need to send a rescue party. Finish up your patrol around the Soviet installation. See if you can pick up the native girl's trail. She's involved in Bravo's disappearance somehow. And we need better intel before we send more of you in there. Copy that.
Can you get somewhere safe?
I'm in one of those old safe houses, and I have snares set outside. Worst case, there's a tunnel underneath I can use to escape, but I still need to finish going over the manifest. Is this normal for you, Laura? I'm not used to it. You know, people trying to kill me.
I don't think it's something you can get used to. Just stay safe.
I was waiting for the dialogue to end. I'm cool just watching some streams before sleep. Cause it's 4 a.m. and I arrived recently. Ah, all right. Well, I hope you get some good sleep. I'm sure it's been a long day. Also, Niles or Nils. Sorry if I'm butchering your name, but hi, welcome on in to the Boneheads. Hope you're having a good day. Good to see you. Do enjoy your stay. I don't mind saying what I love in chat. Oh yeah? I just had dogs chase me and Ari. Oh my god. They're attracted to dogs. Or furries, I guess. It's because they know. Kill. Thank you for the pets emotes. I need one more of the plants. So I'm doing a side mission right now. I stopped in the middle of the campaign because I needed to oh well, because I want to finish this side story that's going on right now of like this witch in the woods who uses hallucinogenic like flower pollen to scare people. Impact barriers. I don't know if this is gonna work. Hang on. There we go. I'm looking for flowers. Flowers!
That chemical from
Hi,
Grandmother's
thank
notes?
you, and you too. Aw, thank you.
Phenothiazine. I think I found it. They stored it in the lower levels of the copper mill where they used it to deal with the termites in the summer.
Are you sure it's the same chemical, Nadia?
I'm sure it's the chemical Grandmother's recipe mentioned, but I am not sure that it will be safe to drink.
Suppose we'll find out. I'll head there now.
Secrets. Is that everything in here? Yeah, that's everything in here. Okay. Oh, wait. Metal. I know you. Ooh. Is this a friend of yours? Any friend of Crimson is a friend of mine. Welcome in. Is this the side mission cave it wants me to go on? Alright, let's try it. Let's look at it. Let's take a look. Crimson, oh my god. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I really appreciate it. Hang on, Wiz. I really appreciate it. It's very nice of you. And Niles, enjoy your ad-free viewing and our one singular beautiful emote. I appreciate you. Not if I appreciate you first. Got him. I need to go over here. Crimson, your bank account is tanking, you generous scuba. Oh my god. We're gonna hit the sub goal if you keep this up, bro. Oh my god, wait a minute, that's fine. Oh my god. Oh. Wow. Okay. Would you believe it if I said that is the most gifted subs that has ever been given on this channel? Thank you. You now hold the record, and you've expanded our wonderful community. Now we're getting closer to the sub goal. Let's fucking go. Yo, for real though. Thank you. Oh my god. You're the best. So wait, hold on. Who are the new subs? So we got Volk Wolf, Bliss Boy, Asherian Wolf, a dog toy, and ATV driver. I see some familiar names in there. Hell yeah! I'm glad it goes. The subs are going to good folks and friends of the channel. I suggest Lou have to dance. I trust me. I could dance. I have an idea. I know of a way to get a dance like going on for my model. Here, okay. You know what? Just for this occasion, I'll treat you guys to something nice. I've been holding off on these video, or not videos, but like this there's a software for VTube models that allows me to put my model into it, and it can generate like a small clip of like a bunch of different preset, just like little funny shorts. And they're really funny. They're really silly. And now if I could just get back to my desktop. Hang on. Oh, there we go. You're the best. No, you're the best. Thanks a lot, Crimson, for the support. And Lou, yeah. Shout outs to Crimson for being the best. I support Lou in every way. Aw, thank you. Let's see here. Desktop. Trying to see if sorry for the small delay. It is right here. Yep. Oh wait, that's the installer. It's already installed. There we go. Oh, there's an update. Does that mean more clips? More shorts? All right, guys, we're gonna go through some of these shorts together. You get to see me dance. You get to see me do a little funny dance. Yeah, so the name of the software is how dare you? The name of the software is Vark Shorts. Um, and I would highly recommend it for anyone with a VRM. Uh, it's fun, funny little silly content. As soon as this download picks up, any moment now, any moment now, 80% and climbing. All right, but bam. Open. 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 Oh, fuck. I don't need an email. Alright. There is one here that I... Oh, fuck. Crimson. Crimson. My dude. My you're too kind. You are too generous. Oh my god. Crimson with another five gifted subs. You are the best. Oh, Blue Orc got a sub. Let's go, Blue Orc Joel. If anyone doesn't know about Blue Orc Joel, he does great art. Great art. Let's see. Micaias also got a sub. Glitchy Wolf, Annie Bixel, and friends made along the way. Shoutouts to the friends we made along the way for getting a sub. It's wonderful. Just wonderful. Alright, let me full screen this. There's one dance that I'm trying to find, but I can't find it. It's here. Hang on. It's this one? No. Alright, you know what? We'll just pick one of these at random, okay? We're gonna go for trap. We're gonna pick this one. I'm gonna pick this one. Yes. I wish there was a way I could make this bigger. There should be. I think so. We interrupt this stream for some shorts. Just gotta let it render real quick. I do plan on posting these on my Twitter. I'm like, oh man, I could use something, and there's King. And just like that, I've been caught. And that's how you get me. Let's see. We've got this one here. That's kind of fun. It's a lazy river. Although I think I need to scale my character model down. Oh my god. It's so loud. Yeah. These are fun. I like these. But I promised you guys a dance. Here, I'll get you... Oh, this is the one I'm looking for. Here. This is for the subs. I could make that loop. Can I zoom in on that? No, I can't. Yeah, no. All right. Oh, we've got this one right here. This is a Dragon Ball reference. I find this one to be pretty funny. Also, you get to see me in the Yamcha pose. Oh no! I've exploded. There's a couple of good ones here that are kind of action like. What am I watching right now? Your art. Yes. Hang on. Let me rescale my model. I'm gonna go down to like 70. I think I'm a little too tall. Here. For your enjoyment. While I find the next one. These are silly. I like these. There isn't really a whole lot of dances. There's only that one like rhythm dance that I just showed. I could show you a lot of fighting ones. There's a lot of those. Oh, we've got a cat dance. All right, you know what? Just for chat, just for all the gifted subs, you guys get a cat dance from me. Sure. Maybe I should set. I should get this video, crop it, and set this to be like my sub donation notification. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. Oh, we've got so many good plans coming up for the channel. I'm gonna be putting more of these up. And we've got those new redeems coming up too. It's looking good. It's looking good, guys. It's looking good. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone. I really appreciate it. And to Crimson. The bestest. You can make some animated emotes with your model. I could do animated emotes. I want to get one of me exploding. I like that Yamcha pose one. That was really good. Good old explosion meme. It's funny, man. I don't know. I find it funny. Yeah, you never expect it. But it's good. I'm glad you all stick around for the vibe and joining me on playing some. Hang on. Please. I need to lower my sensitivity. Oh my god. I'm out of arrows. I just have way too much ramen. I'm jealous. I want way too much ramen. What kind of ramen was it? Shoutouts to ramen. I fucking love ramen. A good tonkatsu, my guy. Oh, that goes so hard. Top ramen, yo. Now that's good shit. I fucking love top ramen. Guys, top ramen or Maruchan? That's the real question. That's the real divisive nature of this country. Top ramen or Maruchan? Personally, I go for cup noodles. A good cup noodle, that's my thing. I love cup noodles. I'll eat so many cup noodles. What is that? Oh. Top ramen. I thought I could handle 3, but I should have just done 2. Oh my god, that is definitely a lot of ramen. Not to mention the sodium. Oh my god, dude, drink some water. Oh boy. Your blood pressure is probably through the roof.
The cave is clear. If you head there now, you'll be safe.
Thank you. Here, take this.
Nogsim
Jacob told us to protect
Ramune?
you, but you weren't the one who needed it.
Nongshim Ramune. I've heard of that. Hang on. Where have I heard that before? Oh, it's the red ones! Oh, I love these. I love these, but these are hella spicy. Or maybe I've just only eaten the spicy ones. I'm thinking of the black ones, right? Aren't like the black ones of these like really spicy? Like these? I'm thinking of these. I get the cup one. This version, this is the one I usually get. I love this. This is so good. So tasty. No, Koreans like their spicy. That they do. That they definitely do. They don't fuck around with their spice either. I've been to a few like Korean barbecue places. I felt like I was gonna die with some of their spices. God damn. Where am I going? I'm going that way now. Nongshim ramen. I hate spicy ramen. I completely understand. There's some spicy ramen that just straight up like I eat it and I'm just like, why? Why? You're gonna kill someone with this. There's this like black packaging ramen. I forgot what it was called, but it comes in like a black, like an all black bag. Much not like the one I just showed you, but like a different one. I bought that because I'm like, oh, this sounds tasty. I was at like an Asian supermarket, and I'm like, oh, this sounds tasty. I'm gonna buy this and I'm gonna try it. And then I went to. I don't have explosives on me. God fucking damn it! Did I really just come here? What was I saying? Yeah, so I bought the ramen and I'm like, oh, this sounds good. And then I made the ramen and then in like one bite, I'm dying. And then my sister comes into the room and she's like, oh, what are you eating? And I'm like, oh, I'm eating this ramen that I got, but it hurts. It hurts. And she's like, oh, don't you know that that's like one of like the top 10 like spiciest like cup noodle ramens that you can buy? I'm like, what? Are you serious? I thought this was just normal ramen. That explains why I'm in so much pain. And I never made that mistake again. So now if I'm ever like trying out new ramens, I have to like look it up first to make sure I'm not accidentally buying like the spiciest shit on the planet. What is over here? Us Asians love spicy. Spicy is good. I won't lie. A good spice hits hard. I love like. I'm Latino. If you guys know about, excuse me. If you guys know about the hot sauce called Valentina, I really like that. It some tahini. It's also pretty good on stuff. And then some of the basic, some of the, I guess like the most basic thing I could say is probably like, hot Cheetos. I love hot Cheetos. I've gone off to Crimson in the past about how much I love hot Cheetos. It's an addiction. Tapatio guy myself. I've never heard of that one. Sounds good though. You'll get the resistance if you eat enough spicy foods. This is also true. This is also true. I don't eat enough spicy food to build a resistance, but like I've built enough in the past to. Hello? Are you a person? Oh, you're dead. Never mind. I've built up enough resistance to like have some to have I have a tolerance. Although if you put it to the test, to any degree, it is not it is not going to withstand whatever you try to test it with, and I will die. How do I get under here? Maybe it's for later? Oh, but there's a pack here. There's a thing here. Yeah. Hey, Hispanic gang, hell yeah. Where are my Spanish speakers at? Spanish speakers, sound off. Get some eggs in there, and the heat will be a little less. This is also true. I like putting eggs in my ramen, but I don't really do it that often because I feel like the egg kind of overpowers the ramen flavor, and I love the taste of ramen. And sometimes I don't want to like taste just egg with my noodles. I feel like it's too overpowering. Sometimes though, when I'm in the mood. Where are you from, un poco? Mexican. From Puebla, Mexico. Well, I'm not from there. My parents are from there. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this fucking box that's behind me. Where is this? Oh, I like my curry ramen with eggs. Oh. Oh. Curry ramen? Now that's a whole other story. I can't believe they put curry with they combine my two favorite, like, they combine some of my two favorite flavors right there. Curry and ramen. Make it into curry ramen? Holy shit. I ate so much curry ramen in the past. I fucking love curry ramen. That's actually good shit. Let me go for the survival cache over here. Oh my god, Dia de los Muertos. Oh my god. Dia de los Muertos. Wow. What do you guys know about Dia de los Muertos? You can watch Coco. we can have a little bit of bilingual chatting going on as a treat. Why are you saying it like a gringo? What do you mean saying it like a gringo? Dia de los Muertos? What is that supposed to be? I'm Hispanic and I laughed. Listen. I have been told by my cousins I have kind of like an American accent. I mean, go figure. I'm American. So, I mean, I guess it comes out. I fucking missed. The first time you said it like a gringo. Listen. Listen. Oh, nice. I don't know. I like to say stuff like a gringo sometimes, just because it's funny. I don't know, and it bothers people. I'm that kind of. I can be a little annoying, you know. Sometimes I'll be with like another Hispanic friend, and I'll be like, "Oh my god, they have tortillas! Look, tortillas! Do you have avocados?" I once had a friend who unironically called guacamole
Soviet
guac,
soldiers. Something awful happened here.
and I'm like, please stop calling it guac. It makes it sound like like a fucking I don't know, not what it's supposed to be. So now whenever I'm with that friend, I just always refer to like we'll like pass by like a restaurant and be like, oh hey, you think they have any guac in there? It's funny though.
Someone scratched something below. Directions to
All in good
something
fun.
hidden.
That's relatable as someone who has an accent speaking my native language. We're allowed to have a little bit of fun with it, with our languages.
Lara, are you okay?
Yes, I'm at the base of the old Soviet mill.
I'm making my way to the mine entrance at the top of the facility. Can you meet me there?
I'm on my way.
Listen, as it is, I barely speak English properly, so we can have some fun. I don't think I've ever been able to get through, like, more than 30 minutes without stuttering.
Another sculpture. But this one looks like a game.
A game.
These pieces look familiar. I know I've seen something like this before.
Tetris pieces. They were playing Tetris. Wood Tetris. Is the game 4K? No. I am not running it at 4K. Although I am running it at max settings. I don't have a 4K monitor. I have a 2K monitor, so it's running at 2K. Although it's not that it's like probably very noticeable on stream, because I have my stream downscaled.
Comrades, this
Soon though, soon at some point in time in the future, well, once I finish up with some of these like software upgrades that I'm planning on doing with like the redeems and all that, I do want to look into being able to stream at 1080 60. But that's gonna require like getting in contact with my ISP, like doing all this fucking. It's gonna be a whole ordeal. So I'm doing one thing at a time. But it's on my plan of things to do. I meant the game Lara picked up. Oh! Oh, excuse me. The wood Tetris.
Was on the lower levels. Must have already passed it.
Do you think playing wood Tetris at 4K gives you like a frame rate advantage? Bullets. Did I ever reload my shit? Yeah, I did.
Found it. I'm mixing the ingredients now. Any word on that patrol?
Just picked up another transmission. They're on the move.
Where are they now?
Oh no. They're headed straight for you. You might be able to sneak past them, but it's probably too late. Sorry, Lara.
Damn.
Sneak past them. What the fuck do you think this is? You know who I am? I'm Lara Croft. A relentless killer. Ow. Where's the rest of them? Where's the rest of you?
Ready to see if the antidote works?
I'm not exactly looking forward to it, to be honest.
If it does, I'll make my own and meet you at the Vale.
I'll let you know when I get there.
To the Vale. Where is the Vale? Oh. I have not unlocked this area yet? Question mark. No, I have. Oh, it's that Vale. Okay. Oh, and I got more coins unlocked. I need to get more coins. Want to know something cool? Is it like super cool? Hidden knowledge kind of cool? Yeah. What's the secret? Enlighten me. Alright, we're gonna finish the stuff here in the overworld so I can continue this story without any more interruptions. So we're gonna go for the coin caches and then finish up the stuff in the Vale. And then I will continue. I also want to see if I can find the rest of the compound bow pieces that are here.
I think about Dad every day. For years, I was so angry with him. For losing himself in his work. For chasing what I thought were fairy tales. I had no idea. I keep telling myself that I was young, that I couldn't understand, but I still lost him. And now, for some reason, I feel more connected to him than I ever did when he was alive. He never got this far, but I know he's with me. The divine source is here, and I'm going to find it.
The divine
He knew
source.
that it could change the way we understand a human soul, that it could change the world. But he's gone now, and I'm the only one left who knows he was right.
Am I the only one who thinks whenever she says divine sauce, it sounds like she's saying or fuck, I kept saying it now. Whenever she says divine source, it sounds like she's saying divine sauce. Like, damn, bro, that marinara sauce is fucking bussin'. Please ignore me, I'm just talking bullshit. While doing some of the acting for the game, for the games, the actress for Laura was so good that during the painful scenes, the crew thought she was actually in pain and would ask her if she was okay. Holy shit. That's kind of metal. Try and get some more equipment. Second round, could I slap? Large pistol, large rifle, adventurous quiver. Let's go for this one. I'm gonna need more hides though. Just a little bit more hides as a tree. Open box as a tree. Where? Oh, I went the wrong way to get this. Okay. Coin stash. Coin stash. Money. Oh wait, did I not skin you? I didn't know. All this talk about ramen makes me want ramen now. Chat, you made me hungry. I'm not even like super like actually that hungry. Like I ate like a while ago. But now I just have a craving. Reactivated my love for ramen. It's just so good, man. Whose idea was it to make ramen so good? We need to put this person. We need to hold this person accountable. I get to, with the bigger bag, I get to collect more things. I like collecting. We do a little bit of collecting as a treat. Oh, I also need to blow open that that area down by the water. I'm not sure how I'm gonna get an explosive over there, though. I'm just gonna have to grab a can. Hello? Who the fuck are you?
Greetings.
Hello there.
Hello?
You've seen the mine by the old Soviet facility? Many of our people died there. Careful of the death cap mushrooms that grow in the valley. You wouldn't want to eat them, but they make a powerful poison.
Okay. Oh, here. Give me that. Alright, we are done with resource gathering. Gotta go to the Vale now. And then in the Vale, I just want the outfit. I want that outfit so bad. I've seen the outfit that comes with doing the Vale part, and it looks awesome. I want it. I want it. I want it. There's nothing that can stop me from obtaining my ultimate power. Also, we were speaking about hot foods earlier. Guys, guess what I have right here? I got a bag of Takis. Hot ass chips right here. I'm joking, they're not that hot. They're like, actually no, they're kind of hot. I'm not gonna fucking lie. I wanted a snack, and I'm like, I want some chips.
Got to make them count.
I want some hot chips.
It's working, Nadia. Everything looks... normal is the wrong word, but nothing like the last time.
Good. I've made my own antidote and enough for Grandpa, if we find him. I'm on my way to meet you now.
Scarecrows, of course.
Oh yeah, last time I was tripping balls.
Nothing. Just a
What's that?
forest. It was so real.
I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything while I'm over here. Yeah, okay, and there's nothing marked on my map.
Half expected him to still be here.
Nadia, my granddaughter. By now you already know. I am going into the Vale to kill the witch, Baba Yaga.
Isn't that what they call John Wick?
This is Trinity gear. Must have walked right past it last time.
It's all wrong. Lost the old man entering the Vale. Lost Fisher. Lost Parker. Just gone. No trace. Can't trust...
No bodies, though. Maybe they're still alive in here. Nadia, what do you know about these ruins out here?
Even before the witch made her home there, our people avoided the Vale. The Founders were building a shrine out there, but something happened to them. None of us have been in there in generations. Be careful. Even if your visions weren't real, that place is still deadly.
Just
Hello?
wolves. Damn.
I'm sorry, puppy. Yeah, but Baba is more like grandmother in Russian, if I remember correctly. Probably slang or informal way to say it. I thought grandma in Russian was like babushka. That's why there's that meme of like babushka is making borscht. do I go up here? There's no cave, and that just takes me back, so we proceed. The Babu part is where it comes from. That's what I was told by a native Russian.
I'm up on the first of the ruins now. This doesn't look like a shrine. This was something functional. I see ropes and wooden gears.
The Founders built lifts elsewhere in the valley to move people or supplies between the peaks, but they've all fallen apart now. That has got to be what it is. See if you can make your way up to the top. I'll be right there. I'm in the canyon now. I'll let you know when I've arrived.
It's dark.
It's dark. We're learning Russian on today's stream. How educational. Duolingo, eat your heart out. We go to the Loose Skull Dog stream to learn Russian. I did not mean to get in the water. How do we traverse this area? Can I shoot an arrow on this? I can. What are we thinking, chat? Are we on the right idea here? This is not gonna take me anywhere. There is more rope over there. That does give me an idea. Actually, would this just pull it? Like, no. Okay. Oh, arrows. Arrows. Oh, I didn't even see this. Wait, no, that cuts it, right? This... grab rope. Interact. Think I can make that? I think so. Wait, it's moving. Fuck! Alright. Now you stay right where you are. I don't think I can make that. I'm on the right track though. Yeah, I'm for sure not getting that. Unless I can jump on this. No. Alright. Can I cut this? No. Like there. Okay. Yeah, I can make that. You know, playing these games really just makes me want to play Uncharted 4. And it's on PC too. Oh, best believe I'm playing that. Soon though, soon. Eventually. What is the purpose? Oh, wait. I need to move these again to make a to make them go up there. But how do I do that when I'm all the way over here? I guess like that, right? This is assuming I can climb that ladder there, that rope back up. I think I can. I believe. Chat, what's important is that you believe not only in yourself, but in your ability to jump on things. Are we here? Yeah, let's go with that. Oh fuck, I moved it. No! I don't know. I don't think the momentum's gonna let me. Yeah, no. I figured, okay. I was just trying. I was just trying. I'm gonna have to move those back. Have to wait. Guys, I'm not good at puzzles. Give me a second. Hang on. I gotta put these back. Like, there. But then the real question is, how do I get back up? Looking at her compound makes me want a new recurve. Oh, are you an archer? Are you some kind of ranger? In real life? You spec'd into the archery talent tree? In real life? I'm an interesting one. You are an interesting one. That's pretty cool. I can throw knives too. Dude, you're like a rogue. That's fucking sick.
Better run.
Better run. What am I running for? Because it lowers. I would have to make these jumps. Also lockpicking. Oh my god. I didn't know how close I was. I am Attila. I said all that out loud. Back to back. Yeah, dude, you're an actual rogue. You solidified yourself with the lockpicking. Can you do disguises as well? Can you do impressions? Do you know how to forge documents? Now that's a useful one. In Asia, sure, not in the US. You're getting there. You're about to become an international threat. Interpol is coming in to contact you in any minute. They're gonna hit you up. They're gonna be like, we're putting together a team of specialized agents with multiple talents. Do I have to time this? I'll blend in Asia more. Aren't you a cowboy? How you gonna blend in Asia? Cowboy cat. Nah, you know what? You're a professional rogue. You'll probably find a way. Run, Laura. Oh, fuck. I'm not making that, right? Nope. Oh, wait, what's this? Ooh. Secrets.
It is my great honor.
It is my great honor. It is my great honor. Guys, what's your greatest honor? Comment in the chat below. I need to time this, but I need to be fucking fast with it. Go, Laura. Oh wait, I think I fucked up. Okay, I raised this one first. Right? And then the time it takes for this one to go down. Yeah, because I have to jump on the wall over there. Okay. Hang on, I got this right now. I don't think I'm gonna be fast enough for this one though. This was already fucking connected. Yeah, I'm not making that. Ah, so close. Nah, I killed too much time trying to zip line. No! I just had it, man. I just had it. Avi Husky. Oh my god. Hi. Hello. Welcome on into the Boneheads. Enjoy your stay. Thank you for the follow. Don't zipline. Zipline kills so much time. What if I just run around? Stop trying to run up. I'm doing more harm than good. Do the thing. That's not what I wanted. That's not the thing that I'm talking about. We got so many huskies in chat. Hi, I love your model, by the way. Oh, thank you. I'm glad to hear you like it. Full credit to the artist, Artlick. I only did the textures. Run, Lara. Run like the wind. Please, I'm not gonna make it. No, it's not enough. I do think jumping on the little wood pillar over here does kind of give me some time. But that kills it. Yeah. How did I jump over here without ziplining in the past? How did I actually do that? Oh. Oh, I thought it was stuck. Am I even doing this correctly, or am I just actually dumb? Because I still haven't figured out how I'm supposed to get from this side fast enough in time before I can go over here. You know, I'm not above looking up an answer. Hear me out, hear me out. What if it's something to do with this, right? Probably not, actually. I think I'm gonna... no, okay, so see... I think this stick right here is playing a huge part. I just don't see it. Because I need to let this part go. Is there a way I can cut this string? Can I cut string by, like, shooting it? No. That's not what I wanted to do. Get off! How do I... Look, we move this, right? Okay. Probably like here, right? Let's do that. Fuck. Actually, sorry, hang on. I've got a new idea. What if we're not supposed to jump on the first cart? What if we're just supposed to jump on the second cart? Is that gap even possible to jump? No, absolutely not. Yeah, no. Okay. Here's what I'm thinking, right, chat? I'm thinking. I'm thinking some fucking. We're on the right track with this. Here. No, put the thing here. Okay. I made it too high. Oops. Oops. I have an idea though. I know how to actually do it. Here, right? Here. Yeah, I'm right. That definitely needs to be on the stack. And then once I'm over here... Do I not move this yet? I am on the right track. I am on the right track. Okay, okay. I am on the right track. Climbing on the rope from earlier, I was like, oh, this right here. I was like, this is not helpful, but it is. It is actually very helpful. If I can fucking okay. Oh wait, that's perfect. And then we go from here, right? Huge, huge, huge. No, no, no! That's the issue that I had before. For some reason, she was like grinding down, but I didn't want her to. And then this, it's just a time thing. I just need to be fast. Jump, Laura! For fuck's sake, Laura! I'm not making that. God, fuck! Alright. I totally did not spend 30 minutes on this puzzle. It happens. It happens, chat. Listen. The real puzzle solutions were the friends we made along the way. What I fucking tell you?
I'm almost there, just behind you. Don't go anywhere without me.
It's the walking house.
Look at that! The witches kept the lift running all this time. Looks like she even made a few improvements, but I don't think those ropes will survive many more trips.
It only needs to make one.
2. I'd like to come back down. Eventually. Try pulling that lever over on the platform. Maybe it'll get us moving.
Alright, this is kind of cool.
Your witch is clever. Everything in this veil is arranged to perpetuate the myth of Baba Yaga, and the pollen does the rest. Last time I saw the lift, it looked nothing like this.
What did you see?
Just as the legend says, a house walking on giant bird legs, but without the pollen, it's just an old contraption.
I'm sorry. I was so sure of Grandpa's story.
She's Russian, someone who knew the myth well. Nadia, it's possible that your grandfather will know who she is. He was a prisoner in the Gulag, you said.
I didn't say that. Not exactly. Grandpa was a guard. My grandmother was the prisoner. She was a brilliant scientist, and they brought her out to the Vale to help study something in the ruins. But then the witch came. Grandpa never forgave himself.
Killing the witch won't bring her back, but I understand. Let's just hope we can reach him in time.
Jerry and Wolf with the ice cream. Did you bring enough for the rest of the class? Enough for the class? What flavor is it? What kind of ice cream is it? Tell me, please, enlighten us. My ice cream growls. Wow. A Sherry and no share.
Nadia, come quick!
Nadia? How?
It's the pollen. Here, let me. Grandpa, can you hear me?
I tried. I couldn't save her. I tried.
Shh, it's okay now. I'll stay with him, Laura. It's time. You only have one more dose remaining. Make it count.
It's Fudge Royale. Ooh. Damn. Now I am a little jealous you're not sharing.
When the guilt of
I love fudge. Fudge ice cream. Ooh. Ooh. Boy. Wait, you can't even have fudge. You're a wolf. That's gonna kill you. Put the ice cream down! It's pretty good. Yeah, well, you're a dog, so it's worse for you. Looks like none of us can have fudge. Shame. You know, what if we... What if we just pretend really hard that it's not fudge, and then we eat it? Would it still affect us? I'm chocolate resistant. Get on my level. Dude, he's built up chocolate immunity.
This is it. Bravo team. The missing soldiers, they're here.
How come you...
It's her. Always been her. At the margins, in the dark, always there.
Oh God. What has she done to them?
How come your mom lets you have chocolate resistance? I want chocolate resistance. Oh fuck, I'm tripping balls.
Dizzy. No. I need that last antidote.
I'm tripping balls.
This is the last of it.
What?
When you are dead, you too shall serve. Taru et alago
They're just men. You can do this.
How am I doing this? I'm gonna blow you up. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna blow you up.
Damn it. We need to keep her away from the road. Shit! She's gonna cut the rope! Stay down, damn it!
I'm gonna blow you up.
Shit! She's gonna cut the rope!
Oh, it's not active anymore. Oh. You stop throwing fireballs at me?
Oh shit! She's gonna cut the rope!
And now we're swimming.
Come on, Lara, keep it together.
Lara's brain is on drugs. Yep. This is your mind on crack. Can? Oh, hi. Oh my god!
This isn't real. Keep going, damn it.
Fuck the can. Your stuff. Oh, hi. Oh, come on. Get up!
Stay down, damn it.
I'm gonna blow you up. I'm gonna do it. Give me your stuff. Now we go up. What's this? Give me that. That just gave me 11 feathers, dude. Where do I go from here? I need to go over there. Give me that. Oh, I see. I thought it was in the water. It's not in the water. Ah, get me out of the water. Did I just fuck myself? How do I get out of here? Oh, there we go. What is...
You can do this.
What the fuck? Hi.
Hallucination. Shake it off.
Where's the...
Need to keep her away from the road.
There it is. I can find the switch.
Shit, she's gonna cut the rope.
Laura, can you hear me?
Bit busy at the moment.
Grandpa's awake. He says it's her, Laura. The witch is my grandmother. She's alive.
Oh, I was supposed to turn that.
You can't. Maybe we can get through to her. We have to try.
I'll do what I can, but we have to end this, Nadia.
Alright, the floating rocks is kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Wait. Oh, there's a dead end over here. Get me up, get me up. Did I already turn this one? I already did. How do I get up there? Oh, I see. Ow. Ow. Stop shooting me. Gonna sleep having you lurking. Gonna sleep having you lurking. Have a good stream. See you later. No problem. Thank you for coming, Liz. Have a good night. kind of her to let me say goodbye to Liz without throwing a fucking fireball at me. Dog. Oh, that hurt!
Shit, she's gonna cut the rope! Can't you stop her from cutting the rope?
I'm gonna blow you up. I'm gonna do it.
Got to shoot her. Stop. No more. I know who you are. I can only imagine what you've gone through to stay alive.
You have no idea.
It's over now. You don't have to live like this anymore.
Serafima.
Doti, but you died. They told me you died.
Will she be all right?
I don't know. But it won't be easy for any of you.
Family never is.
Oh, I know. I know.
Thank you, Lara, for everything.
Alright. Happy ending. Dream Stinger. Pollen arrows. Your Dream Stinger bow infuses your poison arrows with hallucinogenic pollen, sowing confusion and terror among your enemies. Ooh, or sure. Wait, that's fucking cool. Hello, friend.
Thought I'd give them a little time alone while I look around some more. I shut off the last of the boilers inside. You should be able to explore without, you know, going mad. This place is incredible. I would have made my home here too. I'm gonna look around a little longer. Maybe pick up some of her things to bring back to the village. Thank you, Lara. We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Nadia's grandparents, split apart by the Gulag, reunited. They all have a long and arduous road ahead. Serafima wore the mask of the witch for so long, I don't know if she will ever be able to fully return to the world. And Yvonne dreamed of killing the witch to get revenge for his lost love, but they were the same woman all along. That wound he nursed for decades won't heal overnight. They're survivors. We all are. And it will be difficult. It will feel impossible some days, I know. At least they'll have a fighting chance, now that we know the truth. It may not be enough, but it's a good start.
See, here's the thing though, is that it's not as good as my other bow that I was using. Well, in terms of damage, the draw speed, rate of fire... Really, the only thing I care about when it comes to damage is how it affects animals. Although actually, I don't think I don't even need to fight animals with bows. Now that I think about it, I just shoot them and I can still get the rewards. Maybe this is worth it, just for the the trippy shit. Also, we're gonna swap from the revolver to the SMG. Just because I want an automatic weapon. I can't upgrade this, right? No, okay. I need to get the upgrade stuff. Wait, do I also... I didn't get the outfit, right? Yes! Wraith skin, let's fucking go! Increases duration of your poison arrow clouds. Yo! Yo, let's go! I thought the mask went over her face. I'm a little sad about that, but that's okay. Look, I got a skull. I got a skull face. It matches. No, I need to teleport out of here. I'm gonna hang on to this outfit for a while. Can I buy anything at the shop? How many coins do I have? Can I check how many coins I have? I have 28. I want to get the crafting tool to get better fucking weapon upgrades, but I don't think I have enough money for it, so we're gonna continue the story. We have to find Jacob. Guys, for beating the Baba Yaga, I'm gonna treat myself with a Taki. If I die from spice, bury me with my computer. I just noticed these boots are massive. They look fucking comfy though.
Cages. Like they were animals.
Tell me you won't want a pair of shoes like that? Probably the softest shit in the world.
Negative. Even if we did, there's a lot of structural damage from the revolt.
It's gonna be dangerous getting up higher. Weather and elements.
Molotov, yo.
This is where the Soviets broke through.
Yeah. First contact was in one of the mine shafts. They shifted all operations to retrieve.
I'm gonna burn you.
But it looks like
I'm gonna burn you.
within a week.
Workers finally had enough.
Fuck. Oh my god, you live. I want that box. Oh wait. Oh, poison. What else have we got in there? I need more crafting materials. I always need more crafting materials, though. Flammable barrier, glitchy wolf 05. Welcome to the Boneheads. Hi. Hello. Welcome on into the follow. Welcome on. Welcome on into the stream. Thank you for the follow. Fire. Hope you're having a good day. Fire. We love fire. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, wait, give me that. What else have we got around here? Wait, what? Rope swing. Oh, that's new. Hang on. I need a loot.
The hero of the Soviet Union Medal. It's the highest honor given for acts of heroism. Perhaps one of the Gulag officers?
Imagine getting a Purple Heart for working the Gulag. The Soviets were built there, bro.
Another Soviet plaque.
Oh, I just noticed she has claws on her fingers. Yo, me too. Look, got little claws. Nice. Wait, can I? Oh yeah, I can. Oh. Okay. Compound bow? Yes! Where am I? Oh, I'm down here. Wait. Oh, I can't open this. Why? Oh, wait. Optional tomb nearby. Ah. I can't craft explosives right now. Damn. I need a can. Where do I find a can around here? Oh, you know what I do? You know, I need to get the underbarrel assault rifle grenade launcher. I feel like that will probably work. Fine, you can have some ice cream. Yay! I love ice cream. Fire. I will not forget this act of kindness, good sir. You have shown this generosity.
Soviet military dog tags, standard issue. The name is Yuri
Wait,
Ravdonikis.
stamped it on the back tab. For showing me such kindness, I will owe you a debt of lifelong gratitude. Should you ever need. I will kill for you. You've given me ice cream. Please allow me to murder your enemies. But I want something in return. What do you want in return? What kind of trade are you offering for ice cream here? Submachine gun. Can I open this? Yeah. Your tail. Whoa. Hey, yo. Is this a tomb? This is a tomb. Okay. You can't have my tail.
Might still work.
That's my tail.
Looks like pitch blende. Must have been a uranium mine.
Also,
My God, he's ancient.
that's a loot,
What did they
sir.
find down here?
Imagine trading ice cream for sex. That's actually not a bad idea. Hang on. I want what's under the tail, to be honest. Oh my. Oh my. You're gonna make me blush over here. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to fall. The tail is private property, sir. You're gonna have to show me your permit. Oh fuck. I'm just joking. It's quite a demand though. Quite the demand indeed. Go this way. Think you can God damn. God damn. God damn. Alright. Someone's eager. Sir, I'm gonna have to ask, I don't know. That's I'm flattered. I'm very flattered. Thank you. Thank you. Puff. Jump. Oh.
Hell of an entrance.
Your sex will be so good you'll come back to life. That's a good one. That's a good one. Haven't heard that one before. That's a new one. You really hold yourself high, huh? It's good to have confidence, but I might politely decline. I'm flattered, though. You flatter me. Imagine getting
more artifacts. They must have broken through into an old passage. Got to see it for myself.
Dick's so good, it brings you back from the afterlife. That's fucking crazy. Comes so hard it works like a defibrillator. Oh fuck.
This flask belonged to a soldier in the Red Army.
Yo, you know what's crazy? I have a flask that's kind of like this. I am examining. Yes, indeed. Okay, I don't care. That's obviously not gonna work. I need to shut off the water, right? Yeah. But how do I shut off the water? That's gonna kill me. Imagine you come so hard your skin returns back to its mortal form. I'm looking for like a valve, but I don't see anything. And I'm full on these, right? Oh no, it's just paper. Yeah, I'm not finding shit. I think the answer is just like, no. Of course not. That's never the answer. There's like no clues, no nothing. And that is for sure gonna kill me. I mean, do I try? Probably not, right? No. Honestly, I'm gonna swap out this fucking rifle. It's not very good. Wait a minute. Ah, I can't jump up here. Telephone? Telephone? No telephone. Telephone, not answer. No telephone. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, that definitely killed me. Chat, any ideas? The wood above it. No. What if I arc it? Oh shit!
There we are. Whatever they found, it's got to be in there. Someone was hiding mining tools and makeshift weapons.
We can no longer wait for our brothers outside the mines to begin their resistance. The Soviets have found something they desire more than the poison.
Level 3 Greek. Oh, let me check out that bow. I got a new thing here? Oh. Bigger magazine. Sure? Sure. Technically advanced bow, focus on high damage. This has the same stats as the Death's Breath. Yeah, it's just a less cooler version of this. I'm gonna hang on to this, actually. We're gonna swap to the AK. Oh wait, I had a skill point. I had a skill point. Guys, I'm sorry, I have a skill point. Rifle execute close range rifle finisher that improves chances of loading grenades from enemies. Oh. Triple shot, oh my god. Death cloud arrows increase the size and duration of poisonous conversion. Suitive. Survival instincts shows nearby relics, dark symbols, and so on. Can I make another bag? No. Bear skin. Springs. I need to kill more bears.
Trigger mechanism for a bomb. It's the same handiwork. He must have been gathering the supplies for a long time. There it is. So close. Got to find a way inside.
What the fuck?
When the uranium ore was nearly gone, I feared our...
You heard that? She was like, gotta find a way inside. My game actually spooked the shit out of me there. I thought we were about to crash. Where do we go from here? Oh.
Another mural.
It says anybody in Louis Skulldog's chat is cool and adorable. Trust me guys, my Russian's at level 2. What am I putting here? I can't even get it. The darkness. Did somebody say the door to darkness? Mickey! Where am I going? Did somebody say the door to darkness? No. No. Oh, the winches. Uh-huh. The winches. Oh. I am now a sad, horny wolf. Well, my good friend, I know just how to solve your problem. There's this good, funny little website. It's got a nice number in it. You've probably heard of it before. I'm sure they'll take good care of you there. Well, that doesn't seem to be an answer. Oh, I'm gonna fall. No! Ah! Fuck. Great. Oh. I didn't even see this.
Yes, that's it. The water's blocked. Damn it. Got to find a way to block it for good.
Rejected by Skulldog. What? Aww. It's okay. We can still be friends. Climb. What did that do? Oh, wait. Right? Yeah, okay. Listen, I guarantee you're not missing much. Although I'm flattered. I'm very flattered. I see. Oh, but I don't have an angle. What did that do? See, this is I'm not very bright, okay? Maybe you don't want this. Oh, and then okay. But I need this to move. I for sure don't have an angle for that cart up there, right? And then I lower the basket. I do have an angle. Some guys are hot though. Aw. Thank you. I'm a himbo.
That did it. Now for a little fire.
You're flattering me way too much. Oh, that's not what I want to do. I feel like I've accomplished like a great like it's just a thing. I don't know. I've officially reached himbo status. I'm so happy.
Seems like the workers had finally had enough.
Now I just need to get Bara art of my first soda. Alright, what do we get?
It's an ancient codex. philosophical argument on the virtue of awareness.
Right on. Cause your mission to blow man. Oh. Okay, cool.
Looks like they dragged it out of here.
I mean, I don't know about Himbo though. That requires more qualifications. Just because I'm not a power lifter.
So much
Ooh,
damage
coins.
between the amateur excavation and the cave-in. But it must be connected to the Prophet. This shaft must have been where they first broke through. Should lead out as well.
If I hit the gym and I wear more tank tops, would that make me a Himbo? I mean, no, Lamau. You just have to be tall and thick and strong. Oh. Yeah, I don't fit any of those requirements. I am average height. Oh, I leave from the other way. I mean, are you strong? Nope. Nope. Not at all. I can lift like some things. I'm not. I wouldn't consider myself strong. Thick, like a little, not that much. I've got a bit of a belly, but like, it's really not. It's not that. Not enough to the point where I would call myself thick. Damn, guys, we failed Himbo qualifications. Oh fuck! Oh, God, I made the same mistake again. That's alright. I can just have a smooth brain. A smooth brain and a skull face. At the end of the day, that's all I need. You're still hot though? Aw. Well, thank you. I'd... I'm flattered. You're doing a lot to my confidence right now. I actually do appreciate it. Or if you want to breed me, that's good too, I guess. Why do you go into do you normally go into people's streams and tell them about and offer yourself this way? It's quite the introduction. No. Well, I'm flattered. I Flattered I am the one to break the mold. Although I wouldn't be opposed to being friends. If you ever wanted to chat, you can hop in my Discord. I've got a Discord server. Speaking of, I always forget I can do. I forget I can do that. That's new. I'm still not used to that. I mean, I can stop it if it bothers you. No, it doesn't bother me. Did I just cut myself off? Alright. I don't know. I guess I'm just not really being used to being flirted on in my own chat. Not every day I get this kind of interaction. This is new to me. Although I will never not welcome a compliment. Skull dogs are hot, can't help it. Aww. Well, there's plenty of us out there. Although, granted, there should definitely be more. Anything else around here? No. No, we need more dragons. Dragons are pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. I'd say dragons are pretty popular, though. You want to talk about a niche? Skull dogs are niche.
Not sure. Can't really see. But I just lost contact with the sweep team down below.
Understood.
I'm gonna kill you. I killed you. What else have we got? Where does this lead? Space to grab rope. Oh. I'm glad my skull dog Sona is still letting me stand out. Ooh. I don't know, because you know my persona is like, like, and I'm sure this is the same way for a lot of people, but you know, it's like a embodiment of myself. So any compliments to my Sona, I feel like doubles as like a compliment to me, and I appreciate that. press F to attack thing is still on my screen, and it's really bothering me. What is the... oh. I don't want to be here. Oh, that's where I need to go. Oh no. Alright, we'll go this way.
There she is.
Oh fuck.
Roger back. Throwing a grenade. Keep her down. Got your back. Block her out. He's hit.
What? Did that not hit shit? What happened to my Molotov? Also, I just noticed, going back to the comment of needing more dragons, dude. If you were to come here in at least a few more streams, I've got some stuff cooking up. I'm cooking. I've got new models planned. One of them being a dragon. Although I haven't set it up yet, but if this were to be one of the future streams, I would just say to redeem dragon mode and swap me to a dragon. But soon. All in due time. I have to go all the way back up there, don't I? Fuck! It was not worth it. I thought it was items up there. I was also, I had the idea, I want to get a crow, or like a raven. I was throwing around ideas last stream about alternative model species. And I completely forgot about birds. I want to get an owl. Owls are cool. There was another one that I also was thinking of, but I forgot at the moment. Maybe. Well, chat, I'm open to ideas, you know. I'm open to ideas. Should I do a horse?
The Red Army finally uncovered the Temple of the Prophet's Blessing. They have halted.
Nice. A horse could be a good idea. Could be cute. Oh, fuck. Nothing else over here, right? No, okay. I'm gonna not go down there.
I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
Lara, are you there? I'm pinned down, Lara. You need to get out.
Jacob! Shit.
God willing. That'd be too easy. Let me see that activity log. I think it mentioned the safe. Manifest says the Soviets stored the most valuable artifact from the site in this safe. Let's crack it open. Who's got the torch?
On it.
Okay, the rest of you, don't touch anything. Catalog whatever artifacts you find.
All of this came out of the mine?
Yeah.
Fire. Fire. Anything else here? No. Alright.
There she is! Open fire!
Oh.
Moving into the ring! Kill her! Now! This whole place is going up! Gotta get out of here before we all burn! I'm under fire!
Here I go killing again.
Give me suppressing fire! Now! I got the cover!
I have visual confirmation.
Kill her.
Yes, sir. Fan out. We have her surrounded.
Oh. Oh.
Hit. We've got her flank.
Burn. Burn. Ow. That really hurt. Oh, that really hurt. Guys, don't forget, you can press F to attack.
We seem to be making a habit of saving each other.
Thanks. I'm glad you're okay. Is that the way through?
Yes. There'll be more of them inside. You don't have to do this.
Can't get rid of me so easily. I still need some answers.
And there's no time to waste. This path will take us all the way through the mountain. My people used these ways until the Soviets arrived and began digging.
What did they find down here?
Enough to make them curious. They used
Sorry, I'm
machines
munching
and
chips.
explosives to dig deeper. Did quite a lot of damage. Many of the old paths collapsed, but it's safe now. Or it used to be.
That doesn't sound good.
Trinity must have found the old mining equipment. They're trying to finish what the Soviets started.
And there's no other way through.
I'm afraid not. Not anymore. This complicates things.
What's the problem?
Shh.
The wires here are corroded, but I think I can bypass it. Almost ready.
They're gonna bring the whole place down.
The Soviets.
Find Sophia! Tell her Trinity is here!
Jacob, are you there? Can you hear me? This is bad.
Maybe we can get the elevator working. Gotta be a way out up there.
Hold on! I think I can... Okay. I can get power to that console.
Kill you.
Not getting back the way we came. Now we gotta fix that lift.
I'm gonna kill you. I need to kill that guy. Come on.
This should come in handy.
Mm.
We got fucking company!
I'm gonna kill you. I was really hoping to stealth kill that guy. Can I make that? How am I making this? How am I making this?
Oh shit. Now what?
Oh, that would have killed the guy. Oh. Finding tail is so hard, SMH. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's it is what it is, I suppose. I'm no expert either. I can't give advice. I can only give you optimism. I think optimism is what'll get you through a lot. Oh, I see. Although it is hard, you know, it's oh fuck. Even like normies, like non-furries, like everyone has it finds dating to be hard. Just because it is hard.
At your earliest convenience.
Mm-hmm. It's absolutely not an easy thing.
Could this be part of the Lost City?
Oi.
Too close. Separated again. I just hope Jacob's still alive. I don't know exactly where I am. That's rapidly becoming the story of my life. I'm fighting to survive, yet strangely, I feel hopeful. There are incredible ruins all around me. This must be part of the Prophet's lost city. But how much more is true? The divine source. Could it really be here?
Why does it keep telling me I have upgrades available?
This mural shows the Prophet preaching in Constantinople. These ruins are incredible. Oh no.
Looks like I'm right about the Lost City. The source happened.
This wall looks like it was put up in a hurry. I can feel air coming through from the other side. I'm gonna see if I can break through. Might be another way out. There.
Not if I kill you. Oh wait, can I get that? Yes. Let me see here. Nope, I don't want the can. Drop the can. Fuzzy hand glider. Hi. Hi, friend. Hi, friendo. With my hand. Hi. Hello. Howdy. Meowdy, dude. Hope you're doing well.
Nothing on the radio?
No.
Open up!
Uh-oh.
Clear! Fire in the hole!
I'm just gonna go ahead and do this.
Grenade! Fire up!
I was a little ambitious there with that stealth kill, not gonna lie. Oh, nice. Be chillin'. How's the dog? Dog's doing good. Dog is chillin'. I finally, as you can see, I was able to get past the part I was stuck on in this game, because I think you were there last time. There was that fucking bug that entirely stopped my progress in the middle of a puzzle. Although now I'm having another bug where it constantly says press F to attack on my screen. Although that's not as game-ending as the last one. But yeah, I figured it out. It turns out it was a frame rate issue. So now I'm progressing in the game, and we're I think we're getting pretty far. I'm trying to see if I can knock this whole thing out in one day. Considering we already got pretty far in the last stream.
Someone tried to get through this door before.
I also got a cool costume for Lara. I got a skull face. It's cool. See if I can put it in the light. Yeah. The real tomb raiding is the bugs along the way. Yo, it really is though. I'm fully expecting to get this press F to attack thing on my screen the entire fucking playthrough. Protogen Phoenix. Oh my god. Hi. Thank you so much for the sub. Hang on, I think I'm about to fall to my death. Oh well. Hi. Thank you so much for the subscription. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and our one beautiful emote that we have. Also, I just realized we met the subscription goal, guys. I couldn't have done this without you. I have so many more things planned for future streams. I really appreciate it. I want to do more. Hello, how are you? I'm good. I'm doing good. That is not what I wanted to do. Playing some Tomb Raider. Vibing, chilling. I got a bag of Takis here with me. Got a bunch of water. It's a vibe. Oh my god, Protogen Phoenix with the 200 bits. Thank you. Oh my god. That's so generous of you. Takis. I want some Takis. Here, I'll pass you some. Did you get some? Hydrate, posture check, and stretch. Alright. I got you. I'll do that all in that order. Yeah. Oh, my back. Hell yeah. Nom 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 nom. Chips are better when they're shared with friends. Where the fuck am I going?
I'm just here to vibe.
Sounds like you came to the right place there, mister. This is Vibe Town, USA. We're not just here to vibe. We're here to thrive. You like that? You like that? You like that? You like that play on words? Where the fuck am I supposed to go? What is the point of this cart? Nope. Nope. It's just Chuck Testa. Maybe the point of this is to have it so the truck isn't falling anymore. Can I get back on the truck? Or would it still fall? Well, I don't need to get on the truck though. Looks like I need to go over here and then zip line over there. But how? I can't make that. No, I definitely can't make that. Let me see here. Can I cut this? No. Oh, I can! Oh, I forgot about the knife! I did it.
She's there by the mirror. Open fire! Just you and me. Cover me!
Poison gas!
Back me up! Laying down. Taking casualties. Flush her out!
I'm behind cover! Alright, well. They're all dead. Spoils of war. Spoils of war. Spoils of war. Physics say cover does not matter when explosions are involved. Some wacky physics we got going on here.
Now this makes sense. If I follow these directions...
I don't know why I typed gone, but they were clearly there. Well, here we are in a post-gone world. Living our best selves in the post-gone world.
A gold sword hilt inlaid with jewels. This belonged to a Byzantine noble. The blade itself was snapped off at the base. Did this happen in battle?
In battle? Did this happen in battle? It's happened in battle. I need to investigate this. Chicky Nando's, bruv. It's bloody Tuesday, isn't it? Combat? Combat. Molotov. Fire. Oh. Don't touch me. Smoke grenade. Smoke. I need a lethal. Give me that fucking bottle. Burn. You alive? Fuck. Gas. Fuck. Hang on. Fuck it. Ow. Burn. I hate you. Stop throwing shit at me. Actually, stop throwing shit at me. Actually, stop throwing shit at me. Poison gas. What happened to the shield guy? Oh. Throw anything at dog. Throw bone.
Comrades.
Comrades. I agree with this idea of throwing bones. How do I make more arrows? Ah, there we go. Oh, I'm back at the beginning. But would that be some weird thing due to skull? I don't see why just because I'm a skull dog doesn't mean I can't enjoy dogs, you know. I mean dog things. I am after all still a dog. Stock mounted shell holders, shotgun shells. I still haven't gotten the shotgun. Dog activities TM. Yes. Exactly. We can participate in a little bit of dog activity as a treat. If anything, it would make me more of an expert on rifle. It would make me more of an expert on bones. Or I guess you could say I know quite a thing or two about bones. Footage in Phoenix. Your generosity knows no bounds. And I am forever grateful. Thank you so much for the 200 bits. I really appreciate it. You're the best. Your generosity really means a lot. Am I about to die? Oh. The bits. Oh my god, more bits. Throwing bits but pretend they're bone-shaped for a dog. Oh, bone-shaped bits. Now you're talking my language. Also, we got a hype train. Oh my god. I think we've only ever had... I don't think we've ever had a hype train on this channel. Come to think of it. That's so cool. This is so cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. Fuzzy Hand Glider with 100 and Protogen with another 200. You guys are gonna make me blush. I'm just a skull dog in a skull dog world.
Right, that should work.
Oh my god! Fuzzy Hand Glider with the 2 gifted! Oh my god, I really need to up the volume on that sound routine. There are 3 gifted, sorry, oh my god. Thank you so much, yo. Mapsy, Floki, and Deleted Fox. Let's fucking go. They got the subs now. That's so cool. Thank you. And our hype train is level 2. Y'all are being too kind. Too kind. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. Oh my god. I'm just playing Tomb Raider, man.
That did it.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Hang on, I need to run for my life. Okay. Oh my goodness. Guys! Oh my god! Protoched with another 200. Or with the 117. Thank you. Thank you.
This statue must be the immortal prophet.
Guys, we reached the immortal prophet.
And this, it shows the exodus of his people from the deserts of Syria. They settled in a hidden valley and built a great city. Katash.
We made it to Katash.
To protect the city and its people, the prophet raised an army of warriors. But what is this showing? It's not the divine source they're holding. Something else. Something else. But what? And his warriors forged for him an atlas. That the prophet might always know his city and its secrets. A map of the city. It could show the way to the divine source.
We gotta make our way to the divine sauce. That marinara ain't gonna slurp itself. Is there anything else around here? No. Okay.
It's a wonder this place is still standing.
Protoched Phoenix with the 33. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on, let me. Thank you. Do it. I'm trying to do the finger thing. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're very kind. Oh, and thank you for the head pats. Oh, I'm not in the position for. There we go. It's alright. I appreciate the thought. Thank you. How do I dive again? Oh yeah. Thank you for the pets. You guys are baller. It's pretty fucking cool. Oh, geothermal valley. Guys, my god. We had an awesome level 2 hype train. Thank you so much. Skull dog hype. Skull dog hype.
Stop right there. Easy. Easy. You know I'm not with Trinity. Why should we believe you? I escaped with one of yours. A man named Jacob. Where is he now? We were together, but we got separated in the mines.
She killed him!
No! No. Jacob would never trust an outsider. Please, listen, I am not your enemy. I warned you. You should have left.
Sophia! Enough!
Father!
That's your dad?
I thought I lost you.
I'm glad you made it out of there. Forgive Sophia, she is cautious.
In her position, I'd be the same way. What did you find out?
Trinity is coming in force. We must prepare.
Her?
She's a friend. On my word, no harm will come to her.
These ruins. We must be near the Prophet's lost city.
Come. We do not have much time. Prepare the weapon stores. Secure the battlements. Go! Now! They're almost here. But we're outnumbered.
The children and elders are vulnerable.
Go. Get them into the catacombs. Light the fires. The valley must be alerted.
Incredible.
Sophia, muster our fighters. Then meet me in the upper village.
Don't disappear again, Father.
There's much to do. If we had more time.
Later. For now, I'll do what I can to help.
Hang on, I'm eating chips. This is so spicy. Okay. Bolt action rifle. Oh, that's right, I got a new rifle.
The old radio. Get the generator working. We need to get one last transmission out and let the other settlements know what's coming.
I'm just gonna take your stuff.
I'll do what I can.
This vase must have been beautiful.
A vase.
I need eyes out across the valley. Head to the cliffs and take watch. I want to know the moment you see their helicopters.
Yes.
Bro, he was this close to her the whole time. Yeah.
Jacob and his people are resilient. I'll give them that. Trinity is on their way. They could do with my help. And this atlas from the mural. If it really is some kind of map of the ruins, I've got to find it before Anna. If I don't, then all these deaths will have been in vain. And I can't have that on my conscience.
I was not expecting them to actually to be the. I'm guessing they're like the descendants of the people of the valley, of the lost city. I was not expecting that. Don't snort the talkie powder. I will not. Trust me, I will not. Yeah. Also, the press F to attack bug is fucking gone. Thank God. I don't want the shotgun rounds. I still haven't gotten the shotgun. I feel like I'm supposed to get that earlier, and I just haven't. I just missed it, I guess. Guess I'll just go fuck myself. Oh, I got the SMG. Can I SMG is that? What is this? It's like an MP9? No, it's more like a converted machine pistol. Okay. Custom grip, recoil stability. Question is, how does this compare to the AK? Better stability, but less damage. Higher rate of fire. I'll try it. I'll give it a shot. But if we're gonna have a submachine gun, then I'm gonna swap off the Uzi. Regular pistol? I'm thinking regular pistol. Silver. Ergonomic grip. Extended mag. Grip. Oh, I can get both. No, we're doing some serious upgrades. Let me also go back to the Dream Stinger for the different for the psychedelic poison. Psychedelic poison. And then we're gonna fast travel. I'm gonna go to the shop. I think it's time we head up the shop for some goodies. Some goodies. Before the big battle. I don't think I have that many coins though. A lot of that shit's expensive. I don't know how they expect you to buy the stuff in the shop. It seems like they want you to run through the game multiple times. Because I've collected as many coins as I can, and I feel like I'm broke.
Find any more of those gold coins? I think they're getting suspicious.
Yeah, I've got 51. Increases accuracy, applied to all rifles. There's 120, Jesus. A rope ascender. I can't even fucking... Yeah, there's 140 for the fucking rifles. Man, how about the rifles? Guns look so cool. Rope ascender. Or laser sight. Does this get applied to the SMG? It just says rifle. It's worth it if I can have that on my SMG as well. Or the rope ascender. I don't know which one to pick. I don't know which one to pick. Rope ascender? No, because accuracy is pretty shit. Fine, we'll go with this.
You can't get that one on the open market, not for a while. It's real bleeding edge.
Alright. Oh, did I not get it? Shroud side pack modified. Where is it? Oh yeah, it is there. Okay. Damn, it's a fat mag. All right, all right. Preparing for war. Jacob's alive. Only a little worse for wear. And we've reached the village. Jacob's daughter Sophia nearly killed me. But I want to find the lost city. Oh. Wait. I just want to explore. Wait, I can... Don't mind me, I'm just looting all your shit.
A prehistoric carving of the bear.
That's adorable.
The stone looks like it could have come from this valley.
Rah, rah, rah. Cute.
I need more wood for the fire.
They needed most of the lumber to repair the guard towers. We'll have to make do with what we have.
Well, if they need arrowheads for the battle, then I need more firewood.
Look at the bear. Look at the bear. Look at the bear. Is there anything else here? Oh, that just unlocked documents for me. What is this? Oh, a crypt.
I promised to keep them safe. What have I done? We should have been ready for this. We knew better, damn it.
Said they'd come. We never recovered from the Soviets. And now this.
You want the whole thing to fall when the wind picks up?
Just keep your eyes out. They could be here at any moment. You there. We could use some help if that's what you're here for.
I'm here to help. What can I do?
We're trying to fortify as many of these towers as we can. Most of them were badly damaged in last year's floods. We've got the repairs in hand, but I need some extra supplies from around the valley. If we can get these towers repaired, it'll give us an advantage over the invaders, and it'll help us reach the upper levels of the ruined towers. Will you help?
Okay.
There's not enough. We have to make do.
There has to be more. Send someone to go look.
Send who, exactly? Everyone's heading down to the lower village to prepare. I'm telling you, you have to improvise for now.
I need deer hide. Oh, there's deer over there. Oh, there's a bunch more shit here. It's a jaguar. I also... Bear. That's what I fucking am looking for.
Young ones.
Young ones. Squirrel. Give me your skin. You know what? Fuck this. Come here. I don't know why I never thought about this before. Did I get him? Come back. Oh, hey.
Followers of the Prophet fled to the east. The journey was difficult.
Level 4 Greek. Got it. Where's his body? No! I just get fucked out of the body. Dude, that's lame. Hate it here. Oh, it's a tomb. Alright, last bear fight. I got him first try. That's a big motherfucker. Oh, we're out of here. Hey, let's go. Give me your skin. Nice. Mushroom? Full on mushroom. Missing cure, rebreather. Alright. Let's go to the other one then. Is it behind the waterfall or above it? Rebreather, god damn it. Cave document. This is a different crypt. We will do this one. Anything here? No. I almost walked away from that. Aw, man. Sad face. Alright, we'll do the story. We will do the story. We will do the story. There's another bear down there. Must kill all bears. There's a cave in the house? What do you mean there's a cave in the house? Or is it the well? No. Wait. There's a thing here I want to get. Heavy pistol.
For a year, I have ridden with an...
Mm-hmm. Sir, are you aware there's a cave in your house?
Hello.
Hello.
How did you find this place? What brought you here?
Money. And murder.
Not much fuel left in the torch. I think I can get 4, maybe 5 more sheets cut for the...
Another difficult winter for...
And then we'll have to find more.
Winter.
That's gonna be a
Winter.
problem. I dragged the last of those cylinders out of the Soviet prison a few summers back.
Nights filled
After
with
that,
powder
you're
powers.
back to using a hammer and chisel.
Alright, well, I'm leaving. Chicken. Catch chicken and throw them into the pen? Oh? Is there this pen? Okay, hold on. Hold on, we're rounding up chickens.
Greetings.
Come here. Where do you think you're going, huh? Son of a bitch.
We had to use those sheets to patch the roof last year. We had flood. Make do with what you
I love sidetracking missions. What's my reward? Avid learner. I'll play. Okay. There's a thing up there, I want it. No. Oh? Not supposed to do anything, right? No. Maybe when I can get up there.
Have you found what you're looking for?
Not yet, but I will.
Lara, I'm sorry if Sophia was less than welcoming.
I understand. I'm just glad you were there to vouch for me.
My people have spent decades fighting outsiders. It's not an easy habit to break. Maybe you can lend a hand with the preparations. Work would go a long way towards building trust.
I can do.
Thank you for standing still. I shot Big Bear. Oh my god. No, please! Oh god damn. Ah. That dude beat my ass. We went from collecting bear to fighting bear. And dying to bear. Ow! Oh, come on, I can't dodge. Oh, come on. Huh? Stop, please. Poison arrow. That didn't do shit. Oh. Give me your skin. That bear alone was pretty much a boss fight. What else have we got? What we got? What we got in here? What we got in here? Nothing. Right? Yeah, no. Alright. Alright. I need a hand in the mission, and then there's a crypt over there. There's a bunch more shit I can kill over here. Here's your skin.
Do you have the supplies we need?
Here you are. This should be everything you asked for.
Good, good. Leave some of the supplies in the basket there, and we'll finish the repairs. But I need you to bring the rest of the supplies down to the tower by the lakeshore. When you're done, meet me back here.
Here's the other one. Okay, perfect. That's where I'm going. Although first, I'm gonna go over here. Nope. Not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I fucking missed. Got Lunchables in here? Secrets. That's a lot of secrets. Oh, hi. Stop. Stop. bow is good, don't get me wrong. But there are better ways of doing things. I don't get it. No. Unknown area. Unknown area. Bow good, but gun more efficient. Absolutely. Oh. I'm like, where do I go?
There's got to be something down there.
Posture check. All right. All right. Oh, my back. Oh. My crunchy bone snake. I have a crunchy bone snake.
Astonishing. This architecture predates the rise of Eastern Orthodoxy. What were they doing here? A gold belt buckle. Decorative but strong and functional. It appears to be part of a military uniform.
Pistol ammo, rifle ammo. Can I get both? Alright, we'll go for pistol. I probably should have gone for rifle, actually. Fuck. What is that? What resource is that? It looks like paper. Cloth? Cloth. Make some more of these. Hydrate. Okay. I love water.
I have left my wife in the care of these physicians.
Cool. Wait, did I get a skill point? I did get a skill point. Hollow point. Now we make hollow point. Oh wait, did I just get more cloth? I did. Nice. Fucking nice, mate. Fucking nice. Oh, it's only for pistols. I mean, that's fine. Good combat knife. Rope. Okay. Oh, shiny. String. Where do I put that? Puzzle section. Okay. Is there anything over here? Secrets revealed. What kind of secrets? Just this. Okay. Alright, I don't know what to do. Wait, there's a cart. What's the cart do? I pull this. Yes, I can. What is the purpose of this? You have a rope tied to you. I can tie you to something. Why would I want to tie you to something? What secrets do you hold? Better question is, what the fuck do I attach you to? Yeah, there's nothing here, right? No. Move that. Fuck. No? No, not by itself. Could I influence? I can. Is pulling it gonna do anything? No. I need to do something with that thing over there. Is it possible to attach that? Attach it to your oh, wait, you're playing as Lara, so fuzzy. I can't attach it. That's the first time I've ever seen that animation. Okay, now we need to move that through here. How do I move you? Now that's the real question. Listen, I just went with a typical Twitch response, I'm sorry. It's okay. Oh, pulling it does do something. I need more strength. I understand Twitch can be exciting. I'm just a dingbat. You're not just a dingbat. You're our favorite dingbat. How in the blazes do I actually move this? Are we Googling the answer? I'm gonna be honest. Yes. Oh my gosh, really? Yes. We love you. You're our fuzzy little hand glider. What's this place called again? Wait. Infirmary? Shit, this was like something of the something. I've been popped! Infirmary. Alright, let's just look up infirmary puzzle. Are people wooing in my chat? You know there's a fine to that, right? You gotta pay a fine to woo in my chat. Have you not seen the sign? Hang on. I need to get the sign. I should really have this all in hand. I don't know why I don't. Excuse you, but let's... I have you know, there's a penalty for a wooing in my chat. You're gonna have to... You're gonna have to... you don't actually have to give me $350, so relax. But I'm watching you. The debt must be paid. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Looking up the answer. I'm cheating. Oh my god, he's cheating. Guys, he's cheating at the puzzle. He can't do puzzles, so he has to cheat.
You what?
Stop, that's too funny. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, a hand glider am I? You are. You're not just a hand glider, you're the fuzziest. Lou already a skull dog, so he cheating death. It's fine, I guess. This is true. This is true. I am one to cheat death. Oh, hang on, wait a minute. There's a thing I can pull over here? Oh, I didn't see that. I was supposed to be on that elevator.
It's perfectly preserved.
Oh no. Oh, it's timed. Alright. No, Laura! Fuck. I reached that from here. Fuck. I reach from here. Go, Laura, go! God damn it! I just need to be faster. Oh, wait a minute. That's not what I wanted. No.
That should hold. Just need to find a way up.
Yes. Fuck. Guys, I did it all by myself with my big brain. Oh my god. Is there anything over here? No. I'm so smart.
An old codex. Looks to be a treatise on the connection between the body and the mind.
Fast healer. Bandage was clicking with her and hold the Vita heal it. Oh, cool. Biggest brain skull up, yes. My brain is massive. My brain is ginormous. People wish they could have a brain as gargantuan as mine. It takes a certain kind of finesse to Google. Hello there. Hello there, General Kenobi. Still want to know how to get up there.
Hello there.
Hello there. Oh. I'm alive. that wood. Can I get wood?
Trinity will be here soon.
The woodland elf people versus the paramilitary. Except I have a gun. I thought this was an animal cave. Yeah. Leth thinks he's got the brain.
For today.
But it's just his hat, which is why everyone steals it. What if the Lethragar that we know is actually just the hat? And he's and like that is where his consciousness is. What if that's what gives him his undead power? Bwah! Bwah! What you brawling about over there, Proto? Is well, he's still Leth, even when people steal his hat, but something to think about, indeed. It's just a theory. A game theory. A Leth theory. Thanks for watching. Oh, fuck. I having some good coffee? Oh my god. Share. I could go for some coffee right now, actually. Some good coffee. Always hits. Oh. I'm like, how would I get up there? Yeah. Book.
You're making great strides, young one.
Thank you. Deer. Deer down. Deer! Are you a wooing in my chat? You're gonna start in a woo. You're gonna start a howl. Where the fuck's that deer? Come here. Ooh. Would a funny redeem idea be you steal Leth's hat even when he's not streaming and you just get a random cowboy hat? That would be kind of funny. If I have a redeem where it's like put a hat on me and I don't get Leth's hat, but I get like a nondescript cowboy hat, or or either that'll be funny. Alternatively, another funny idea would be I get Leth's hat, but then I put a sticky note on it that says not Leth's hat. And then if anyone ever tries to call me out for it, or if Leth ever comes for me, I'll just be like, this isn't your hat. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You're crazy.
The day I feared has come.
That's not the only thing that's coming. Hey, yo. That would be great, honestly. These ideas for the future. Ideas for the future. I'm taking mental notes. Can I? Oh, that's how that works. Jaguar. Oh! Cal, I'm sorry. Nobody tell Cal. Lynx looks like a mountain lion. Oh wait, you're here. I'm here to help. We stealing Left's hat? I'm in. Listen, I just I'm on board for this Left hat stealing heist. We need to drop some blueprints, call in some favors. It'll be the heist of the century. It's a lynx. Ah, okay. Give me that. Yeah, goes to show I don't know the difference between a mountain lion and a lynx. And there's nothing here. What else is around here? Submission, survival. Oh right, that is a whole side quest over here. That was a pretty big lynx though, although they have although they did have ear tufts and the tail. That's what I saw first and recognized. Ah, dude, you guys are way better at spotting these things than I am. Wait, is this where I need to put it? I think it is, right? Should be a basket here? Yes. Basket. I'm glad I have chat here to help me identify my cats. Map. What secrets were revealed? Fucking nothing.
We can't have these things in the valley unchecked.
What can I do?
These invaders have a new tool to threaten us with. Small helicopters piloted by machine. Drones, they tell me. The things don't fight back, but they've got what looks like a camera inside. They're mapping the valley, and we're losing our advantage. I've been able to bring a few of them down, but with those weapons, I expect you'll have better luck. Will you help?
Mm-hmm. Ancient hornbow.
I'll bet I can take a few of them down.
The more the better. Come see me again when they're dealt with.
Or can you at least tell me where the drones are? Is there something I need to fucking figure out on my own? Oh, okay. Though I had to carry 2 teams in Helldivers, I would have gone through both with no deaths if I didn't get killed by a super bad eagle toss right on the evac point. Oof, that's rough. It's hard to defend danger close if we're standing in it. Yep. Well. Classic Helldivers experience. We just need to laugh at ourselves, as the developers intended. Friendly fire is funny, guys. Definitely not aggravating at some points, but I digress. Stretch my beans. Alright. Oh, my neck. I'm out of ammo. I'm out of ammo. There we go. I need bullets. I'm more aggravated when they're mute and not say sorry for that kind of thing. That is so true. I say sorry for making him shit himself by passing the Quasar round over his shoulder and killing a charger that was chasing him. I guess he wanted to return the favor and now owes me double because he failed that. Yeah, that's rude. That's rude as fuck. You know what's crazy too is you don't even need to have a mic plugged in to say sorry. It's a command you can have by just holding Q. That's what I always do. Did I miss left hat heist? No. Wait.
I think I got the last of them.
We're still in pre-planning.
You did. They may send more, but at least we can make it hard on the bastards. We're grateful for your help.
Good Samaritan. Alternate weapons. Multiple weapons are available in each category. Each weapon has unique benefit and blah 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 blah. Alternate weapons can be good at base game. Did I just get a shotgun? What did I just get? I thought I just got a bow. Showed me a picture of a shotgun and confused the shit out of me. But yeah, no, we're still in pre-planning. I'm gonna plan for something for when I have the new Redeem software up. I'm gonna look into see about doing something about that. I need to get Left's permission first. I feel like I can't just like do this without asking him, you know? It's let me ask first. Thanks. I don't know. I just don't. I don't want to accidentally like step on anyone's shoes if stealing his hat puts me in hot water. Now we're talking about Lou getting a hat. Talking about Cowboy Redeem. It's not less hat at all. No, exactly. Forget what I just said. Yeah, no, we're just talking about Cowboy Hat Redeem. It's just a cowboy hat. I got it at Spirit Halloween. You guys like my Spirit Halloween decorative cowboy costume?
I left the supplies by the other tower. Looks like you finished this one.
That we have, thanks to you. This will give us an edge over the invaders. We need all we can get.
Battle. Alright, I think now we're actually fucking done with all this side bullshit. Go back to doing the story. On the side note, though, that does actually also give me an idea of getting little costumes. Oh wait, no, I would have to. Actually, hats are more doable. I can do hats. Getting like an actual like full body costume though, that would require me like editing my avatar and getting assets for that. A hat would be much more easier to just stick on, especially with the new software. Although that does still give me the idea. I can still get like fun hat redeems. There's like a off the top of my head, what comes to my mind is like if I ever do like Lethal Company, I can get like a PNG cutout of like the helmet and like put my head on it, and then like you could see my face like poke through the visor. I just need to make the visor part transparent, and then I just plop it on my head and make it a redeem. That'd be doable. That's entirely doable. And even then, like we're just talking about cowboy hats, you know. Like there's still plenty of other kinds of hats out there. I can get the hat that says like fish fear me, women want me, or something. That was a challenge tomb over there. Okay. Wait, so cave with boars? Oh yeah. Alright, we're killing boars. Excuse me, there's no side bullshit in this glorious game. Apologize. Right, that's it. You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It's just side content. I don't actually hate the side content. That's my ass bro stop hat. Mass Pro Shop. That's a good one. Can she hold that at full draw forever? No. If I hold on to it for too long, she shakes a lot and then it shoots on its own. Just that this bow has a fast draw time. What was I looking for again? Oh, cave. Can I get some of that Mass Pro Shop? Did you bring enough Mass Bro Shop for the rest of the class? Oh, I can get glasses too. I could probably stick glasses on my face. I don't wear glasses IRL, but like I can get like some nerd glasses. Hello, boar. Die. I'll bring it for you. Thank you. Alright, fairly realistic. You can't hold it forever unless it's basically toy draw weight, but you can always cancel it. Our local resident rogue over here, our archer, here to educate us in the ways.
Jacob is assembling fighters in the upper village to draw their attention there. The children and those too old to fight will be safely hidden in the Acropolis catacombs. I will go there once things are in hand here.
You said they were heavily armed. How can we expect to beat them?
The fight will not be won in open combat. They will hit us hard and fast, and we will take losses. They hope.
I'm just gonna steal you guys' bullets and arrows. Don't mind me.
If we hope to survive, we must wear down slowly, strategically. We will bleed them from 100 cuts.
To be fair, I only shoot a number 30, not enough for hunting by state. But but don't get it, it's still very lethal. Oh, but don't get hit, it's still very lethal. Oh. I don't know what a 30 is, but I'm assuming that means
Now go.
it's some crazy cool shit. If it's what you're rocking as the head rogue of our guild.
These new arrowheads seem blunt.
Would I be the necromancer, technically? Guys, pick a fantasy class. No, we'll call it stealing a supposed cowboy's hat. You could call the cowboy hat redeemed left copycat mode. It's just a cowboy hat. It has no relation to said copyrighted character Lethragar. Missing gear, cargo will spill. Wires. I'm picking Druid, hell yeah. We can have the funny bear scenes. Like in Baldur's Gate. It's simple, it means I'm holding back 30 pounds at whatever length I'm pulling it back by. It's good exercise on the shoulders and back. I prefer it more than golf. We're learning, chat. We're learning. You can see my brain expand by the day.
The people they're hurting. That's down to me. I led them here. God, it's happening again, isn't it? People are suffering because of my actions. No, you can't think like this, Lara, or you really will drive yourself crazy. Trinity would have found this place sooner or later. At least I have the chance to help stop them. Of getting to the Divine Source first and using it to benefit the world, rather than cause more pain and suffering. Just need to focus. For everyone who's gone before. For everyone I've lost. Just keep moving.
Grenade arrow crafting? What the fuck? I want a grenade arrow. That sounds sick. More arrows. I want the bandolier. But I don't have a fucking shotgun! Oh wait, I did get a new weapon. It's a bow, right? Yeah. Death's Breath, modern bow with a custom fiber patterning. Oh, I know, I already have that one. Which one's the new one? Compound bow? No. Why do these have exclamation marks? Which one's guiding light? Oh no. Why do you have an exclamation mark on you? Oh, because you have an upgrade already. Adjusted limb. Damn, that really pumps up the damage. Alright. I'll get it for whenever I switch, but I want to still use the hallucinating arrows. Oh wait, hold on. I need to craft more. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Alright, Lou, you want to make a funny druid scene? I'm picking werewolf instead of werebear. It's alright. If anything happens to me, I'll just come back from the dead.
I could use your help. Our people are spread thin across the valley. If you light the signal tower, they'll know that the danger is imminent.
I'll do what I can.
Once the fire is lit, they'll know what to do.
I'm wearing roller skates now. Ooh. You doing some roller skating? That sounds like fun. I've never actually been on roller skates before. I was always more of a skateboard kid. Roller skates are awesome. I agree. Just got mine. This is just my 4th time wearing them. Oh, nice! My apologies. I don't mean to be too spicy. You're fine. You're fine. A little bit of spicy is fine. I allow spice. Obviously, you can tell. I got Takis right here. I can handle spice.
Seems to be a map of some sort, but I can't quite read the words.
Oh, I need to upgrade my Greek to level 7. What the?
Seems to be a map of some sort, but I can't quite read the words.
Wait, where's the thing I need to get? Way over there. Okay, so we're gonna go explore this.
You're the one that came with Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
I have something to ask.
What do you want?
What can I help you with?
Jacob told me you've got a knack for exploring. There are more old places, tombs, all
The
around.
Takis can have some more. Yeah, sure, here you go.
You may have seen the wards placed there to frighten children. It's not superstition. Those places are dangerous, but they also hold relics of our former glory. Not just trinkets, but knowledge. I believe we need that wisdom now more than ever. A decade ago, I'd have gone myself, but now I could use your skill.
Actually, speaking of Takis. Collect Byzantine coins, second upper outfit. Oh! Oh, you give me coins!
The scouts tell me you've already been inside one of the old tombs. Would you share what you've learned with us?
Of course. They belong to your people.
We don't have much, but I have these old coins. If gold has value to you, I can give you some for every secret you find.
50? Yes! God damn! Thank you! How many coins do I have now? 82! Yo! Woo! You're lucky I don't have the image on hand anymore. So the warning sign. But I will allow this woo. As a matter of fact, I will participate. Woo! Monument, crypt entrance. Yeah, let's do the crypt over here. Skuldog is so excited and precious. Stop, you're gonna make me blush. If I blush, I explode. More coins. How many do I have now? 84. Oh. Oh, baby. You can't blush. Where's the blood flow? Shit. Shit. Guys, I've been exposed. I gotta get out of here. You can't keep a good skull dog down. I rise from the dead once again. Once again. Once again at it at the Krispy Kreme. Ha, I know anatomy, nerd. Shit. Basic anatomy knowledge, my one weakness. Can't blush either because of that fur, nerd. Oh shit. You're not just calling him out, you're calling out the whole fandom. You're about to get the fuzzy police on knocking on your door. Listen, I can still blush, you just can't see it. Would that be right? I guess so, right? Oh.
Aurora, the physician.
Level 5 Greek. Can I pick up? Oh, no.
The road to Katesh was long and hard.
Hey, yo. I'm just too busy nobbing on fruit to try blushing. Yummy, I said little fruits. Little fruits for the little bat. Long and hard, let's go. That's what I... Now you're speaking my language. These Greeks really know what's going on, huh? You know, when you think about it, coffins like this are just ancient loot boxes. You never know what you're gonna get. Ancient bow part. Dude, it's a rare item. Whoa, I got an uncommon drop. That everything? Would appear so. I have something long and hard for you. Hey, yo. Yeah, fruit bat is gonna nom on fruit. Anyone got some bananas? I love bananas. You're making me want fruit now. I bet Discord is the same name. Yo, let's go! Jeez, you are down bad. Nah, I'm good. I'm just memeing. I mean, hey, we're all here to be friends. A little bit of benefits never is I forgot where I'm going with this. A little bit of benefits never hurt anyone. Oh, so much fucking metal in here, man. Damn, and here I was about to friend you. Oh well. Oh, give the bat a chance. Can wrap you in their wings.
Welcome back. So, you've been inside some of the tombs.
Give me more coins.
I have, but I don't think I found all of them yet.
Yeah? Do you give me more coins? No. I went into another tomb. Do you not want to give me more coins? What if you gave me more coins, though? I need more coins. Optional challenge tomb nearby? What do you mean optional challenge tomb nearby? What do you mean? You still can.
An iron coin with one side cut and shaped into a crude claw tool, perhaps to remove nails.
Nails. Nails. Where do I go from here? Oh. You still can, I'm just not as horny as I make myself out to be. Damn, it's a shameless considering showing you that long hard something. Guys, take this to the DMs, my dudes. Take this to the DMs. I'm not gonna say you guys can't be chatty. I'm only asking that you take it to the DMs.
Best seat in the house.
This is actually very pretty. I feel like I shouldn't continue this on a streamer's chat. You can. If anything, I'm happy for your success.
I have, but I don't think I found all of them yet.
Nah, that's disrespectful. Well, that's when you just take it to the DMs. Let's see. Here I go climbing again. Oh boy. Fire, oil flask, fire. Let's go. Fire arrow, light the beacon. Gondor calls for aid. It's like if we genuine anxiety. Gondor calls for aid.
Thank you, Lara. Our people have been warned. That should give them time to evacuate. Meet me in the upper village. I'm gathering our forces here.
All right.
We gotta find Strider. Oh, oil. Cool. You guys got any of that Hobbit grass? I hear it's pretty good shit. How do I get out of here? Oh. Gandalf will know more about Hobbit grass. Hell yeah! Better fucking share too.
Welcome back.
Hello.
So, you've been inside some of the tombs.
I have, but I don't think I found all of them yet.
I feel like it should be able to give me the option to tell her that I got into the other tomb, but it doesn't give me anything. Oh. Optional challenge tomb nearby. Where is the challenge tomb? That's what I want to know. I don't know, unless they're referring to this one. It's kind of far. I always found it funny that there was Hobbit grass in, they found a shit ton of grass and just smoked it after the Ents attacked, Sovngarde? No. What was the fucking name of that place? The place where Saruman is. I always found that really funny. They're like, oh yeah, we just fucking destroyed this whole place, killed a shit ton of orcs, flooded the whole place. Oh, let's smoke some weed.
Helicopters are headed your way.
Get here as fast as you can. Get behind the barricade. Move! Move!
Resistance will be met with deadly force.
Look out! Stay under cover!
Or you will be
Move
shot.
back! Stay together!
If you do not cease fire, we will kill you all. You have 30 seconds.
Where is the divine source? Tell me!
Stop! Don't hurt anyone else!
Where is it?
Wait! Wait! There's a map. The Atlas. It will show you the way.
Okay. Tell me about this Atlas.
Hey. Anyone else see the kill indicator above his head? Oh, baby!
Advancing! Come!
Oh, let's fucking go. Shotgun. 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 Oh, I'm happy. Oh my god. Shotgun. 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 Ow, what the fuck? Who are you? There you are. Oh.
Stand back! This is mine! Think you're safe back there?
Oh my god, you actually destroyed my cover! Ah! Shotgun! Shotgun! I am reloading. Shotgun! 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 I love the shotgun.
We're bugging out. Withdraw and regroup with the crowd. We've been overrun by the natives. Croft is with them. Several casualties. Men are dead and scattered. We should have killed her.
You have nothing to show for your efforts. Perhaps she'll succeed where you're failing.
I will not fail.
Trinity will step in if you do. And you know what that means? I'm expendable. They have no interest in my survival. I need the power of the Source.
And you will have it. Don't lose faith, Anna. This is God's will. Our success is inevitable.
Please, just find it. My time is running out.
I've come so far. I've endured so much. These final barriers you have set before me. These sins you have forced me to commit, they must have a purpose. Only you can show me the way. Grant me strength to continue for her, for you, for Trinity. Please. Show me the way. Blood it shall be.
Stay with me. Stay with me.
I'm sorry. Your people don't deserve this.
It is our chosen path. Our duty. It's never been easy.
I understand what it's like to lose people. Trinity won't stop, will they?
I doubt it. They have many resources.
And the Atlas?
It's an ancient map to the old city. The Trinity won't find it at that tower. Many of my people live in those ruins. They won't be prepared for what's coming.
I can help them, Jacob.
Will you do this for us? Or for that which you seek?
Right now, they're one and the same.
I'll be back with reinforcements after I've tended to the wounded.
Yes? What is it?
We're in bad shape, Jacob. The attack left us in shambles, and we have no one to send to the Acropolis.
I know. I'll see to the
I'm gonna loot your stuff real quick. Shotgun. Oh, it's my 4th weapon slot. I could have this and the SMG. I'm very happy. I'm a very happy dog. Pump action.
Maybe, but we don't have the time. Just take it. As soon as we can move the wounded.
We should leave.
Can I loot these bodies? No. Just keeps telling me to press F to attack. Am I going the right way? There's all this I can loot. I want to go over here. I want this box. I want that box. How do I get to that box? I gotta go that way. This box over here too. Alright, I'm going for that one. Wood. This is where I fought the fireman. The fireman. Don't wait, no tiny fireman. Don't wait, no fireman. Oh well. I'm sorry. Grass. I don't need any more grass. Grass. How do I get to that strong box? It's like on the other house. I have to be outside these barriers. I don't think I can get there. Or can I? No. Huh? Oh! What is Huh? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? What is happening? I'm having a seizure. What the fuck?
Yes.
Oh no. Oh no. We're just gonna do a quick reboot. Oh my lord. Oh no. What happened to the game? Oh, it's bad. It's bad. Am I about to have another game-breaking bug that makes me take another 4 days before I can fucking figure out how to finish it so I can stream? There we go. That's crazy. There's not a single game I've ever seen anything like that.
Yes. What is
I'm sorry, is my eating too loud? I can mute my mic.
The attack left us in shambles, and we
I'm
have
sorry.
no one to send to the Acropolis.
I know.
I don't want to be like fucking all over the mic.
We have to get them to someplace safe.
We're just gonna keep going this way.
We'll gather anyone still able to fight.
Sophia will hold them off until we arrive.
I'm a little scared.
God, you're right. I'll send a runner when we're ready.
Do I have to re-loot everything? No, okay. Nah, keep nomming, it's fine, I like it.
I still can't see straight. Everything's blurry.
That's to be expected.
You want a Skull Dog mukbang?
Hold still. I'm trying, but God.
It's all up to Sophia then.
Guys, if we get enough subscriptions, I'll do a mukbang stream. I'll get some extra crispy fried chicken. Ooh, the rifle. Is there a campfire nearby? I want to look. No, there's no campfire, but...
I know, it's...
Shh, I like war sounds, Lamau. I appreciate the honesty. New base camp, yes. Put this box first. Bolt action rifle, hooray!
I wish you could see the view from my tent, Lara. The dig looks so beautiful in the early evening, when the last embers of the sunlight dying upon a good day's work. Then, one by one,
it's the same
fires
thing
are
as this
lit,
one.
and the smell of roasting meat wafts across the camp. They tell me that it's guinea pig. I declined it. Roth ate too. Maybe next time I'll bring you out here too.
I'll pass.
How did your history test go?
Those were my happiest memories, Dad. Being out on the digs with you. Especially when you gave me my own little plot to excavate. I liked that. Feeling that I was part of something important. I aced that test, by the way.
Oh, shit. Hang on, we've got options between a kick-ass pump action and a fucking Saiga 12. God damn, bro. It's kind of cool too. It's got like a red on it. I don't know if I want the stats though. It does less damage, but it's automatic. I mean, I was kind of I was one-shotting dudes back there with the pump action, so I might just stick with this actually. Although this is kick-ass. Should I just try it? I'll try it. I'll try it. I'll give it a try. Give it a try. Can I get more upgrades? I have not used this pistol. No. Okay. Are these upgrades universal? Yes, they are. Apply to all shotguns, apply to all shotguns, apply to all pump action and tactical shotguns. Ooh, I get Stender. Can only pick between one though. Up the damage? I can up the damage on all the shotguns, bro. Faster reload. We're going damage. That gets applied to this, right? Hell yeah! Alright, now we're fucking cooking. We're fucking cooking. I get incendiary shotgun shells. Oh, stop, I'm gonna nut. Napalm arrows. Oh. I'm very happy. Let me get some of these fucking fire shells, my guy. Let me get some of these fucking fire arrows. Let me get some of these fucking. Let me get some fucking all this. Let me get fucking all this, my man. All right, let's go kill some people. Is that a box? Can I open that box? He's back. secrets revealed. I'm waiting for this, the one that reveals the coin stashes. Oh, that reminds me, I've got more coins now. Hang on, let me go back to the shop. I'm sorry. I've got an astronomical amount of coins now. We're going to the shop. We're going shopping. Or should I save for one of the guns? Oh wait, but no, one of them's like a fucking underbarrel grenade launcher. Do I have enough for that? I want that.
If we get caught, I'm gonna tell them that you forced me to steal all this shit at gunpoint.
75.
No hard feelings.
120. 30. I can get the rope ascender, I guess. That's probably the only thing I really want. I don't really want the costume. Commando outfit, black tank top, camo pants, tactical gear outfit. Nah, I'll pass. I'll take this. The rope ascender. Alright, now we've only got good shit in here. Hold E. Nice. I want the crafting tool so I can get better fucking upgrades. Because I think that's the one that I need for the next tier. Right? Yeah, enhancement tool is what I need. And then I need a refinement tool. Damn, I get a drum mag on this? Holy shit, look at this! God damn. Laura Croft, archaeologist. Fucking walking arsenal. Oh, the tomb. Let's do the tomb. Please help me. I am under the water. Mushroom. Box. Damn, that's a lot of stuff. Anything here? No. Oh, I can crawl through that. Just not expecting that. Actually, hang on, let me go back. The wall here. There's a stash here. No stash. Oh. This just takes me back, right? Yeah, this just takes me back. Okay. Time to use my new item. Rope ascender. Oh wait. Is there anything down there? I just don't want to miss a secret. Can I dive? Can't dive. Alright, never mind. This was a waste. Rope ascender. Go, catch it. Rope ascender. Oh my god.
Some kind of burial chamber. A basket made of silver.
Cool.
Magnificent.
Catacomb of Sacred Waters. Puzzles. What have we got? Got this bad boy that's spinny. Got a spinny boy. Got two spinny boys and a boat. What the fuck? Why is the background bugging out over there? See that? What the fuck? Got a third, fourth spinny boy over there. I think I know what this is asking me to do. Cut rope.
Coins for the ferryman.
We may be far from our home.
Coins. Wait, is that my boat? Wait! Come back. Are you serious? Fuck. That's not what I wanted to do. Cut the rope. Okay, that works. Come on. Come on. That's not what I wanted to do. Wait. Oh, I thought I could... Uh-oh. I thought I could climb the rope. Oh, there's another one over there. Let's get that one. It's got a wheel on it. Why? Why do you have a wheel on it? Oh no. Fuck. Come here. God damn it! Oh, thank God. But now it doesn't pull. What? Is it because I need the second boat for this? I don't know why I need the second boat. Will you beat this segment? Shut up. I'm trying. Can I pull this? Ooh. Alright, what do I do with you now? Are you fucking serious? What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck? Streamboo.com. Streamboo my nuts in your mouth, motherfucker. Get out of here. Uh-oh. You got me killed! I hit it. Can I get a stream boo in my mouth, please? Only if you're good. Come on. Are you serious? Get on the boat, get on the boat, get on the boat. I fucking hate it here. I try to remain on my best bat behavior. Well, then you should be getting those stream boos in no time. Am I just bad? Am I just doing this wrong? I'm so glad I lived. Hang on. Okay. That's progress. What is this wheel for? I don't think it's actually... This doesn't serve any purpose, actually. I don't think. No, you're not bad. You're just Skulldog. You're adorable is what you are. Right, and then it breaks. And then I need to attach this over here, or else I die, or I just die anyway. Ugh. I need to get over there, but if I put the boat down, it snaps. Alright, let me try this one. I'm just a bad heck. You're not just a bat. You're our bat. Fuck. So now the question is, how do I get over there? How am I gonna get over there? That's the real question, Mr. Squidward. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, no, no! Oh, I can swim. On this side. Alright, what if I get this back over here? Can I shimmy it, like, over there? That's what I want to know. I might also just be doing this wrong. Oh, no, you know what it is? I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. Alright. Alright, that works. Now we pull this one. I have to make the most Hail Mary jump of all time. Put me over here. Put me over here. No. Oh, please. Fuck. I think I waited too long. Fuck, I'm supposed to be way closer. Yeah, I gotta restart. I rise from the dead. Awakening my necromancer powers from last epoch. Can Skulldog perform fetch? I do believe that is within my range of abilities, yes. Come on, come on, come on. Is that close enough? Fucking let's go.
Interesting. They embalm their dead.
Nice.
A golden chalice fit for a king or a prophet.
Nice. Shiny cup. Shiny cup. Alright, Bet throws bone, catches it in mouth. Anatomical knowledge. Ayo. Sense the location of animal horns when using survivalistics. Enlisting horns are immune to our chest. Press Q to activate. Survival instincts are hold right mouse to aim. And view hearts. This one's not as useful as the others. Can I leave from here? Alright, how do I leave? They want me to go through this again. Alright, fine. Please don't tip. Come here, boy. Big bone back. Brings face. Uh-oh. Slowly but surely I'll make my way over there. Fuck, I could just swim from here, right? Alright, we're out of here. Get me out of here. I've returned. This way. That way. Right? Yeah. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh. There's a fucking coin in there. So eerie.
Jacob, it's a mess up here. There's no sign of your people.
Sophia might have taken them into the catacombs beneath the tower. But I've lost contact with her.
All right, I'll look for her there.
We're almost done evacuating the wounded here. I'll join you soon.
Jump. Rope ascender.
I hope I'm not too late.
This gives me a new chance to use my new shotgun. Yeah. Shotgun time, shotgun time, shotgun time, shotgun time. Let me just loot these people. Break action shotgun. Ooh, is that a secondary? Now we're talking my fucking language.
Oh God, no.
Full auto shotgun.
Lucretia.
I'm assuming that's the regular variant of this one that I have. Any more things I can take from you guys?
It's a reliquary box. Something used to protect and hold relics of the saints. Anything from teeth to fingers to the entire head. This claims to be a relic of the Prophet. It's empty.
Sorry about the NSFW messages earlier, but those have been handled. Keep on being the cool Skulldog you are. Thanks. Keep on being the cool bat. And you don't have to apologize. It's chill. You trust me. I have had way worse. It is this that was tame. Also, wait, hold on. But those have been handled. Is that your way of saying you just nutted? You just leave to do your thing? Or am I being the inappropriate one now? Stretch those beans, hydrate. All right.
My spine.
No nuts involved. I believe you. Alright, let's go kill some people.
Courtyard's clear. What do you want us to do with these prisoners?
Take them out.
Don't shoot.
Jeez.
Be more thorough.
I'm under fire. Grenade out.
Bullets. Anything else around here? I gotta have fire rounds. Should probably use those.
Let's move. The rest of them can catch up. I don't want to miss out on the hunt.
Jesus, you're insatiable. We've got company.
Can I analyze this? No. Coins.
Oh, damn it!
Hey, hold up. These bastards are resourceful. They might have set up some traps.
Don't worry. I'll kill anything that moves.
Just take it slow. Stay sharp.
Burn.
why we're just gonna beat you until you stop breathing. That way, when I ask the next guy, he's coming!
Bastards. Untie me. I'll kill every last one of them.
Easy, Sophia. So much bloodshed. We're losing too many people.
Maybe your people have sacrificed enough.
It's all we've known. I misjudged you, Lara.
Tell me how I can help you.
I've got to get the rest to safety. But the entrance to the catacombs is blocked.
I'll find a way to clear it.
You're gonna be okay. I'm alright. I'll be alright.
Can't say a Sharian is a cutie. 4.15.
I can't open this from here.
That's really
It must
sweet.
be blocked on the other side.
Happy for you.
Just hold on.
It'll be over soon.
We're matchmaking as Cupid over here at the Loose Skull Dog stream. It's so sweet, I think I'm gonna cry.
There it is. Maybe I can unblock it from here.
We'll be safe there.
Some kind of armory.
Grenades? Grenades? Grenades?
This should do it.
Oh, I see grenades. Oh! Stop. I'm in a nut. That's crazy. Is that an explosive arrow? Ah! I'm very happy. I'll give you a reason to cry, Skulldog. Oh no!
An ancient deer charm carved from a stag's antler.
Oh, that's cute. Where am I? Where do I go now? Oh. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Get clear of the door!
Oh. Middle mouse.
Thank you, Lara. They'll be safe in the catacombs for now. I know you seek the divine source, but my people will die to protect it.
Your people are already dying. You can't protect it forever.
We've lasted this long. But for now, I'm glad to have you as an ally.
They're converging on the tower. We still got people there.
Get the others to safety. They'll need you.
Pressing. Use the inventory menu to create stuff. Cool. What's the inventory menu? This one? Inventory menu. Inventory menu. Ah. I guess weapons are your kink cheese. Only when they're really cool. I get very happy. I'm gonna pass out. Have a good stream. Have a good night, Fuzzy. Thank you for stopping by. Good night, cutie. Night night. Aww. Can I sit here? Yes, I can. What kind of upgrades? I have a skill. cluster bomb arrows? Oh no. Oh my god. The shotgun expert executes a close range finisher and improved chances of eluding it. Incendiary shells from enemies. Looting grenades from enemies. Ooh. I don't really do these. Give me the cluster bomb. Alright, let me make more grenade arrows. Let's fucking go! Give me that. Some of these. Fuck yeah. Actually, sorry, one last thing. I'm sorry. We're gonna swap back to... Which one's this one? Yeah, give me the deagle. Reload speed. I need more pelts. Actually, what other upgrades are available? Just for these. Oh yeah, AKs. Do I want to keep the AK? What is this upgrade? Rate of fire. Ooh, rate of fire. And damage? Oh man, I'm already loving this SMG. Oh, I probably should have. I didn't know I had only one. Fuck. I'm keeping this. Break action shotgun, full auto. I'm gonna keep the full auto. I love it. Now it's just you and me, Skulldog. Now it's just you and me. What are we gonna do in this stream together, senpai?
Lara, I'm here, but we're taking fire from the choppers. I need you to get Trinity's attention, any way you can.
Leave it to me. I can do this.
Oh. Wrong arrow. God damn. Anything you can dream of, puppy? Hey, yo. I think we're good. Any more loot? Any more loot? Let's go!
Down! Get down!
I craft these like from here? No. Oh, I can! That's awesome. Oh. Lower crop.
She's there! Open fire! I'm taking fire!
I love this thing. And I can just, you tell me I can just craft these? Oh my god. Oh, baby.
Jacob, it looks like we've got the upper hand.
Good work. Those choppers should be in range soon.
They're here. We did it.
Lara, are you there? Trinity is swarming the tower. We're trapped in the catacombs beneath.
Damn! Just hold on. I'm on my way.
He's hit! We're getting torn apart!
Hang on, I got something for you. I am very happy. I am very happy with my arsenal right now. This shit is kick ass. Anything else around here? No, alright. Just making sure I'm not missing anything.
This is Team 5. We're heading into the catacombs. Need some backup here.
You're all about to die. What the fuck? Scared the shit out of me. I'm gonna kill you.
Come and try. Come on.
Fire. Oh, I'm out of ammo.
Hostile spotted.
Die.
Jacob.
Shotguns have no range. I still got the job done.
I fear this battle is far from over.
Will you tell me more about this place?
You've earned that much. Come with me.
Bad skull dog.
In ancient times, our prophet brought
Why am I
divine
bad?
force to this valley.
Why am I bad?
My ancestors built a test to protect it from the outside world.
To what end? What is the divine source, Jacob?
An artifact from a time long forgotten. We believe it holds a fragment of God's soul. Legend tells us those who beheld the source were granted immortality. But others have always been drawn here, seeking its power.
Trinity.
Yes. They seek to spread their darkness across the world. With the source, their soldiers would be unstoppable.
Then help me find it before they do.
This is not your burden.
Of course it is. My father died for this.
You can't fill the emptiness inside you, Lara. You can only set it free.
I'm gonna find it. With or without you. Wait, Sophia, let me go. I have to do what I can. You spilt blood for us. I want to help. You know where the Atlas is? The cathedral, in the archives below. But we won't follow you there. Why? What will I find? There are others. The Deathless Ones. They will kill any who trespass. My father believes they will stop Trinity. I can't take that chance. I know. Here. Take this. It will help you reach the cathedral.
A wire spool. Nice. Rope ascent. While in the air, press E to pull out. Cool. Grapple the ledge. Oh, that's pretty cool. Soulless cosplay. Hi. That is me. I'm Dog. Good to see you.
Lara, if you're headed to the cathedral, Trinity will be everywhere.
I know, but I have no choice.
Action shotgun. Beepity beep.
So much violence and death. Jacob's people have been through so much, yet they continue to fight. They are bound by an oath taken by their ancestors. A duty handed down from the past. But I see a people who simply want to live in peace. I believe it's time for them to let go of the past.
Oh, that's right, I got upgrades.
If I can
Rate of
find the
fire.
Atlas, it might lead to the divine source. I could take it
Rate of
away from
fire.
here. They wouldn't have to suffer anymore.
Can I get
Could
rid of
share the
this?
burden
Reload
of the
speed.
truth with the world. But if all this leads to
Custom
nothing,
handle and grappling. For almost
don't
instant
know
prying
what
of doors
I'll
is strong. Ooh. Sure. You just started streaming when I went to sleep, and now I'm awake, and you're still going. Yo. 6 hours of sleep. Oh god, I have been going for 6 hours, haven't I? I can't. I gotta get ready for work. Aw. Well, hopefully you got enough sleep to last you your shift. You're a trooper. I salute that. I remember trying to go to work with 6 hours of sleep, but then again, I have sleep apnea, and insomnia, so sleep for me is a bit of a challenge. But still, I hope you have a good one. And thanks for tuning in.
You'll never...
I got insomnia too. I get anywhere from 3 to 6 hours. Oof, that's rough. I feel your pain, friendo. Did not blow myself up. Come on. Heavy pistol.
I may...
Nice. Is there anything else I'm missing here? Can I sit here? Oh, I can sit here. Sit. You're telling me to go that way. Oh, I got the box from there. But what's over here? Hello?
You're alive. Good. We got most of the wounded to safety, but the invaders returned. They've taken the upper village. There are more of us, down in the valley, organizing for our resistance. We'll take any extra hands we can get. If you're going back to the village, be careful. Hello?
Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Actually, there's that thing up there. What is this? Oh. I didn't really need it. Alright, let's keep going. I'm gonna kill you.
Any alive? That one I probably could have delivered. The bonus wasn't worth it.
Yeah. One of them surrendered and the company men were watching. Had to turn him over.
They taking him back to the old prison?
Just the ones they think might know something about the Atlas. Constantine's gonna ask them a few questions. They've got the rest back up near the cathedral.
Someone's gonna have some fun.
That must be them. I was hoping they'd draw straws for that job. Oh well. How long you been on the payroll?
A few months.
Someone's incoming! We're under attack! I'm here! Take her down! Taking position!
Oh boy. Oh, this shit shoots so fast.
Just you and me. Fire in the hole.
I need more shotgun shells. Bullets. Arrows. Bullets.
I've attached everything I've learned so far.
Okay. Also need to make more of these. Nice. Oh, this is not where I need to go. Wait, where do I need to go?
The hired guns can finish the sweep down here. We're needed back at base camp. Leave them to it. Roger, we're clear. Copy that.
All right, once we finish scrubbing this site, you men can head on up with the rest of them.
So what are we looking for exactly?
Command thinks the Atlas is beneath the cathedral. We're looking for anything that might confirm that theory.
Like what exactly?
If we knew, you wouldn't be looking. Documents, maps, anything that might confirm the intel.
Ah, I got caught. Alright.
Man down!
God damn. Who's blowing me up? What do we got? Barrel? Barrel?
Security guards came at night.
Hey, yo. That's not the only thing coming at night.
But what did he say? It's not his call, but he's gonna put a recommendation in for us both. Then there'll be an initiation ceremony of some sort. So that's it? That's all he can do? Look, some of those guys were on contract for years before... Shut up! I see her! Figure it out!
Give me your stuff.
Moving into position. She's hit. Moving into cover. Flush her out.
I'm gonna kill you.
We got a man down.
That's amazing. Book.
My father.
My father. Skill point. Ooh, that's a lot of rate of fire. Or bigger mag. Reload speed. Reload speed. More damage? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got a new outfit. No, I don't think I did. Oh, Battle Worn I think is actually new. What's this? Oh! Those are kind of cool. But I'm gonna stick with the skull. Wait, how many coins do I have? 63. Alright, I don't have enough for anything over there. I think everything that I left on the shop is like 100 something. Excuse me? Oh. That's a lynx. Damn it, I'm full on lynx skins too. Box.
A thin, fluted flint arrowhead, snapped in two. The base is familiar. The base is similar to arrowheads found in America. The technique survived migration halfway around the world.
Oh, Lara, what are you doing?
Heads up. We seem to have lost contact with the team sweeping the lower valley. Do you have eyes on them?
Negative. Possible hostiles?
Could just be radio interference.
I'm gonna kill you.
The team's not taking...
We heard of the Prophet's arrival in
Cop. Can I just say how much this game is fucking gorgeous? This game's really pretty.
The Atlas is a map. It's supposed to point the way to whatever the natives are protecting out here. The divine source Constantine is after.
Stab. Spooky. Spooky, spooky.
With all due respect, if all of my men die down there,
What matters are results. The stakes are too high.
we've reached the lower level, but we have another problem. We've lost our rear guard. Radio contact, no visual contact, just gone. That's outside mission protocol, ma'am. It introduces unnecessary Ma'am, I don't think we're alone down here. I need tactical support.
No, we're stretched too thin across this valley. If you feel you're being pursued, then I suggest you move faster.
My piercings were so itchy, but I had to go clean them. I feel so much better now. Nice. What kind of piercings you got? I've always wanted to pierce my ears.
It's got to be down there.
But I wear headphones too much, so it becomes bothersome.
Kill an unarmed woman? That would be cold even for you, Lara. Then again, I know why you haven't pulled that trigger. Shoot me, and my men will cut you down within seconds. It's the one thing they're better at than you.
Shut up, Anna.
Don't move! You have nowhere to go!
Kill her! Now!
Generators! They're gonna pull us both down! Shit! Lara! Lara! Hold on! No, it's gonna break!
Reconsider my offer, Laura, before it's too late.
It was too late
Oh my-
the moment you betrayed my family! I'm getting the Atlas, Anna!
Something is slaughtering my men down there, Lara. If they can't find it, neither can you.
Go to hell!
Croft is on her way. Kill her and bring me that goddamned Atlas.
You ready for zombies? There's always zombies. We had immortal zombies in the last one.
That's it. It has to be.
Now we're gonna have immortal zombies again.
I'm ahead of Anna now, but I don't know what I've gotten myself into here. Something else dwells in the darkness of this place, but I've got to continue. An old mural. And those vessels. Greek fire. The Prophet's deathless army, armed with Greek fire. They were unstoppable.
Just a regular old earlobe piercings, you know, earrings. Ah.
That smell. Oh no. Burned alive. Oh God!
Hurts? Why does... It's not... God.
Who could have done this? What the hell is that? These vessels, they're still filled with Greek fire. I wonder if it will still burn.
Wait. Oh.
For a month, I have gone to the...
Month. Level 6 Greek. This looks like a fight pit. Oh.
This is it. Trinity, they're here.
I'm under. We got a man down. Clear the gate now.
Roger that.
Taking fire.
Thermite's through. Set the charge.
Light it. Go.
Contact. Get clear.
Form up on me. Shield the door. Now hit the objective. Moving into cover.
Give me your bullets. Give me your bullets.
I have zero visibility. The other fire teams reported multiple man down.
I love explosive arrows.
Oh no. Sulfur. This whole place could go up. Got to hurry.
Here, I fucking got it!
Freeze! It's over. Hand over the Atlas.
Rebreather. Indefinitely. Ooh. Now we're talking.
Okay, I think I see my exit. The statue's unstable. Looks like I'll have to use Greek fire. Just got to take out the remaining supports.
Wait, new base camp. Is there fire back there? Oh yeah. Nice. Oh, I have a skill point. I have a skill point. What do I need for the last of the equipment? Pelts. Just regular pelts. Okay. Oh, sorry, hang on, wait, I think I have an upgrade. I do. What is this? Rate of fire. Rate of fire on this. Ammo capacity, reload speed. Alright. I need more barrels. Where do I go?
He was alive just a minute ago. And... oh, fuck! They could be anywhere!
That was messy.
Sulfur. This must have been where they prepared the raw ingredients for Greek fire. More Greek fire vessels. So many of them.
Some believe the prophet to be God's son.
Jesus. That would be Jesus. Are we on the search for Jesus?
Must have been delicate work, mixing so many volatile components.
On the search for Jesus. On the search for Jesus. I'm sorry, stop.
That should clear the way a bit. Don't think I've cracked this yet. I'll have to come back.
I didn't mean to fall. No. Gotta go over there. Can I really not shoot this tree? Seriously. Let me tell you, these piercings have been a real pain in the ass, SMH. Yep. I remember when I had my earrings. I had the worst timing. I got my earrings right when the pandemic started, and my earrings kept getting caught in my face mask and like pulling at it, and it really fucking hurt. At some point, I was so sick of it. I was like, I'm just gonna take this off and get rid of it. I'll pierce my ears again later in the future, and I just haven't. I'm not seeing another place where I could tie it down. You suppose this is the answer? No. That bit over there is burning. Oh, there's coins.
Don't think I've cracked this yet. I'll have to come back.
What can I put here? What can I put here?
Don't think I've cracked this yet. I'll have to come back.
It's just gotta be somewhere else, right? That's what I think. I think I actually do have to come back. Let's see what's over here. Got a whole bunch more. I need to climb. Oh. Can I not get on this? No. Alright.
There's more vessels in there. Should be able to pull them out. They must have been put into storage here, but these containers are broken.
What happens if I get one down? Got rope on you. Why do you have rope on you? Oh. What is the purpose? What is the purpose? Yeah, this ship is no way to climb up there. If I get another one and I put it on the other end, I could even it, but but why? But why? Let's figure out another one. Can I put 2 in one? No. Alright, in that case we'll do this one.
Still more to do here. I'll be back this way.
I see this, right? I see that. How the fuck do I get up there? Flooded archives. What do you think, chat? I'm out of ideas. I don't know what to do. Ugh. Oh, my back. Are we doing the tried and true method? I think we are. I'm stupid. Wolf, no help here. Oh, that makes 2 of us. Alright, I think I found what I needed. Oh wait, what? What? Man, I didn't know that. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. This is what we have to do. And then... yeah, and then it gets kicked off. Can I cut the rope? No. Alright. Pull this down. No, I need a counterbalance. Counterweight. come on. Got it over there. Now I need to raise it again. Yeah. So I might need two. Push. Oh, no, just one is fine. It didn't look like I could rotate it. That was what was confusing me.
Just one more support left.
Let's do that. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have an idea. And by I think I have an idea, I mean I totally didn't look up the answer. We did it! Yay! Immortal Greek men! Oh no!
Oh no, no!
Uh-oh. I forgot to hit the jump button.
Jacob, I made it. I'm out.
Lara, thank God you're all right. Bring the Atlas to me in our observatory in the mountains.
I'm on my way.
I'm not gonna question why that's there, but sure.
Lara! Lara, are you up there?
Jonah, is that you?
Little bird! You're alive! I knew it!
My God. Jonah, what are you doing here? Where are you?
I'm up here in some kind of fortress. You can thank Jacob. His people picked me up half dead out on the tundra.
I can't believe you came after me.
Is that so hard to believe? I told you I got your back. I couldn't leave you out here alone.
I'm on my way up to you now. Don't go anywhere.
Hadn't planned on it. Be careful out there.
I'm very happy Jacob's back. Oh, I'm back here. Hello there.
Lara, glad to see you're still with us. The invaders are spread all over the valley, but we're pushing back where we can. If you can lend a hand, you're always welcome. We know we can trust you.
Which way we headed? That way. Oh.
Jonah!
Jonah!
You look terrible. Terrible, but happy.
I was right, Jonah. Dad was right. The divine source is real. I wish he was here to see this.
He'd be proud of you. Sophia told me what you've done for her people.
Lara, it's good to see you, Sophia. Jacob is waiting for you in the observatory.
I didn't want to go in here yet, but sure, let's do it. Why not? This is the part where Jacob reveals that he's evil. I'm waiting for it. I'm calling it right now. I don't trust this man.
You actually found it.
The only man I trust is Jonah.
The founders of Kitezh were skilled craftsmen. They use this place to view the Atlas.
Jonah, try those chains.
Got it. Incredible.
They must have used this to plan the construction of the city.
Like ancient blueprints.
Exactly.
Everything radiates out from this point. That puts the center of the city under the lake. But, something's not right. The cathedral, where the Atlas was, it's on the wrong side of the map. Keep rotating it. Stop! That's it. Kitesh isn't under the lake. It's under the glacier. The divine source must be there.
How the hell are we gonna get through all that ice?
Wait. This path here leads into the city. The cathedral is there, and the tower on the other side. That means the entrance to Kitesh must be... here. The entrance to Kitesh is here. You knew.
Let's go, Jacob.
It's the target.
Kill her.
Laura! Take my hand! Laura! Don't come after me!
Jonah!
Run!
No!
They took my mans.
Lara.
Oh no.
We don't have much time. It won't be long before Trinity discovers the location of the source.
I have to go after Jonah.
Even if it means giving up the truth you came here to find.
He risked his life to come here with me. I almost lost him once. Not again.
Then go. Do what you must.
I thought he was gonna betray us. Turns out he's just cool. Alright.
If Jonah is alive, they must be holding him in the old Soviet gulag. I never wanted to go back to that terrible place, but I can't leave him in Trinity's hands now. Jonah, hold on. Sophia, are you there?
Lara! Are you all right?
I'm up by the old copper mill overlooking the gulag. I'm about to go in after Jonah.
I know the spot. We hid a stash of weapons near where we first attacked Trinity. You might find them useful.
Thank you, Sophia. I'll see you when I get out.
Shoot climbable arrows into software. Storage new locations. Whoa. I really want a pastry right now, dude. Stop! You're gonna make me fucking. You're gonna make me want pastries.
Lara! Lara!
Oh, can I only have one? over here now.
More propaganda.
I want a donut now. Fuck. God damn it. Some donuts right now? Go. I would destroy a donut. I don't just want one donut. I want like 7. Give me like 7 donuts. Oh, I see. Yeah, chocolate frosted donuts. Stop. You're giving me cravings. Okay. Ah, come on.
Storm's coming in.
What we got over here? Or strawberry frosted donut with sprinkles. Oh. I would fuck up a Boston cream right now. Oh, I'm back here. Oh. How many fucking... I got 67 coins. Time to go last the shopping. I'm assuming this is the end of the game. Yeah, I'm not gonna... 120. Fuck. I can't afford anything. You're too expensive.
I don't know if you're reading me, Lara, but I'm going to keep trying. Something's out here. I climbed a tree to get a better view of the valley below. I can see old buildings and some activity.
I'm making do with starbursts. Man, I don't have anything like that. I've got Sour Patch Kids and Takis. Not exactly a donut.
Got to find shelter. I should never have doubted you, Dad. I wasn't there when you needed me most.
The woes of being jobless and broke, yeah. Preaching to the choir.
I'll make them see that you were right all along. That you sought the truth, not fairy tales. I'll make it right, Dad. I promise.
Lara, it's time. Jonah's waiting.
Jonah. Jonah must be up there somewhere. Extraordinary. The divine source. It's in the center of the old city, buried beneath the ice.
Then it's time to move. I will notify the dig teams and prepare the transports.
Our men encountered the Deathless Ones in the Archive. This will not be easy, brother.
The Holy Path is not meant to be easy.
Are the men aware of what they will face?
No. But they are prepared to fight and to die for the cause. That's all we need from them.
Constantine, now that we're so close to the end...
We've only just begun.
I'm afraid Trinity is just using us. What if they don't intend to let you keep the source? We should prepare for...
No! You must have faith. I wasn't chosen by Trinity. Once the source is mine, it won't matter what they want. I will lead God's immortal army. And you shall live.
Constantine, the prisoner is awake and ready for questioning.
I'm on my way.
Tracks.
Anything else around here?
Everything looks clear. Keep your eyes open.
We expecting company?
Croft might try to rescue the prisoner. The man wants everyone on high alert.
Why don't they just kill him?
He might still know something, but Constantine will find out soon enough.
I'm killing you. It's actually slower to jump repeatedly when you climb. Oh, is it? Really? Doesn't feel like it. Or maybe I'm crazy. But thank you, that's good to know.
What happened? Truck was too heavy, and the bridge collapsed. Everything's falling apart in this place. Should we call it in? Don't bother. Everyone's packing up and getting ready to move out.
Good. We finally get what we came for.
Hard to say. Constantine just gave a general order to prepare.
This is your first field op for Trinity?
No. I was sent to help clean up the island after Croft escaped.
Tough job. Heard you had to kill natives there too.
Yeah, some kind of sun cult. Crazy bastards. Amazed that Croft survived that hell.
Well, she did. Now she's our problem.
They killed the sun people. What the fuck? I think I can just go right past this, guys. Right? No, I gotta kill him. Alright.
Someone's here!
Fuck you and your armor. My arrow's back. Wait, was that funny? Come here. I need leather. Oh. And I lost it. Is that a base wolf? Base wolf? Basey wolf? Hello. Hi, good to see you. Let me wave at you. Waves at you. Hello. Hi. Shoutouts to Base Wolf. You know what? I'm gonna give you a shout out. Guys, if you don't know Base Wolf, he's a fellow Skullface. And not only that, but a heckin' good bean who streams. Bam. Did it do it? Yeah, I did it. You've got a good time. You've got a good vibe going.
What
my
happened
dude.
back there? Bridge collapsed. Looks like we're gonna have to fly out the rest of the cargo.
Hope they found something up there.
You might even sometimes be able to find me in his streams.
Yeah, we got the app.
I wear bones and play bones.
Why there?
Now you're talking my
Not
language.
sure. I heard some chatter over the comms about Anna wanting access to the dome.
Burn!
Watch the trees. One of ours. Shit.
We love bone people. Bone dogs. I think I'm just gonna kill everyone.
got a KIA. Everyone look sharp.
Got a couple of people here actually.
Alright,
Search the area.
This is when I am out by surprise attack. Can I make more? Yes. Shotgun arrow. I mean, shotgun arrows. Shotgun ammo is good. Thank Obu. How are you doing? Just realized you've been streaming for a while. I have. We've been. Hang on. I gotta school these guys. I have, yeah. We're doing a long one this time because I'm trying to see if I could finish this whole game in this stream. I think I can do it. I think I'm pretty close.
Anna must be close.
I just gotta rescue Jonah, my mans, and then
It's a stamp to seal official.
and then we're probably gonna have like a final battle in the Lost City. I'm thinking we could do it. Oh. Yes, more shotgun rounds. I need more. Need more leather. Oh, what do we got? Recoil stability. Can I get both? I can. What's this? Stability. Reload speed. Oh, we're fucking decked out. Let's fucking do it. Oh gee, that surprised me too. I'm a bit of a sneak attacker. I even got this cool outfit for Lara. That gives her a skull on her head. It looks cool.
New orders. We're getting ready to push.
We actually found it? Looks like it.
I'm gonna kill you. That's so sick. Oh yeah, it's super sick. I got pretty far in the last stream when I was doing this game, but we had to stop because I ran into a bug that made me have to like completely stop the game and find out an answer. And then it took me 4 days to figure it out. And I really liked this game actually. I was a big fan of the first one. Oh, got a shot. I was a big fan of the first one, and this one is just more of the same, but better. I like it. It's fun. And then down here. Okay. And then yeah. It's been a vibe. This game looks amazing too. Oh yeah, the graphics are fucking awesome. So good. Except sometimes I'm not very bright. So I'll get a puzzle sometimes and not know how to do it. So I have to look up the answer. And you know what? I'm not ashamed of admitting that. Puzzles are hard. My brain is small. I'm just a dog.
Were you with Constantine down in Syria?
Yeah.
Wait, there's a thing here.
Didn't expect to find her in there. She managed to bring the
Right? No. Never mind. Or was there a fire there? There was, right, there was a campfire here. Hang on, actually. I want to see this shotgun that I got. Of course. Alright, let's fucking kill.
You gonna head out with the others?
Not yet. Just keep your eyes open and do your rounds.
We're under attack! Wait there! I got a taking fire! We got a man down!
I'm an archaeologist. Oh, there's a basket here. I'm like, why would they leave the hat open? Nope. Radio.
We stand now.
What if we want to sit? Got him. Right. OMG, you should have seen me in Chapter 5 of Super Paper Mario. There's a puzzle where you have to hit 3 blocks in the right cup. I thought I was about to fall to my death. For like a half second, I was really scared.
No.
That was a
A
bone.
modern reliquary. There's a small human bone inside. Saint Peregrine.
Cool. We have to hit 3 blocks in the right combination, and it's like 25 steps long. You already know I googled that shit. It's just, yeah. Puzzles are not dogs' forte. They should not send up. I just did the same thing again. They should not send a dog to do a puzzle. That's why you will never see me ever play Portal 2 on this channel. It's just gonna be 4 hours of me crying.
A rifle shell. But there's something unusual about this one.
It's got engraved. What is this? It's a 308. Oh, it's a Trinity bullet. Come on.
Latin engraving on the end.
Kill them all. Oh,
Kill them all.
it's Greek. My Greek is level 6. Radio.
Got up close.
Got up close. It's the divine sauce.
This is becoming tiresome. Just give in to God's will. If you're gonna start preaching,
Jonah!
I need to rescue my mans.
the operation. Just
over there.
Give me back my mans! Oh boy. I'm gonna kill you. I'm killing you.
Your loyalty to her is strong. I admire you. I do. But even my patience has limits. Tell me what you know. Now!
Damn, my dude, you broke out.
Please.
Like it was nothing.
Please, no.
Don't listen to him!
I was only doing what I believed was right. Sweep the cell blocks. Kill everyone.
It's just a stab. You could live. You could live.
I'm sorry. I should have killed him. But he was unarmed. I just couldn't.
Shh. You shouldn't have to. I am so sorry for getting you into this mess.
I thought I could keep up.
They're coming. We're surrounded.
This time I've got your back.
He's dying. We don't have much time.
Bar the door.
All units respond. We've got to deal with her.
We're almost in position.
You sons of bitches stabbed my mans.
Command, we are in position and have visual on target.
Got to take them out.
I'm killing all of you.
Contact! Give me cover and fire!
We have visual on the target. I repeat, we have visual on the target.
Damn it!
Good and clear. We'll take care of this one.
Confirmed heat sink. Ready to engage.
Roger. All engaged.
Grenade out!
What the hell's going on?
Guys, I'm gonna be entirely honest. If Jacob actually dies, I'm gonna be very pissed.
Surrounded. Got to do this carefully.
Time to be careful.
Let's go! I got you covered!
Lost one.
Damn it! Lost her!
Fucking killing you.
That was the last of them. Got to get back to Jonah.
Okay. No, please, come on.
Oh God, no. Jonah. Jonah.
Lara.
I'm here.
Lara. Listen to me.
Try not to move.
If I don't make it out of here,
Don't talk like that.
no, just listen. You can't blame yourself anymore. We all make our own choices.
His end is near.
No, he can't die.
We can help him.
How?
We must get him to the observatory, to Jacob.
Bro is flabbergasted. Yeah, that dude. That was something.
Only Jacob can save Jonah now. We have to get him back to the observatory. Jacob, he's dying.
Let me attend to him.
Healing powder.
The Lord is your guardian, your protective shade at your right hand. The sun shall not harm you by day, nor moon by night. The Lord guard your soul from all evil. The Lord guard your going and coming, from now to all time.
What?
Keep pressure on the wound. Prepare him.
Are you Jesus?
Jacob, you were shot. You are him, aren't you? The Deathless Prophet.
I can feel pain. I can be hurt. I am human. Save for a human ending.
And the Divine Source?
Something I found long ago. It is real. And deeply powerful. But it is not divine.
So you've lied to them for generations.
I'm not proud of it. But I did it to protect them. I once used the Source to grant my armies their long lives. But it was a terrible mistake.
The ones I saw in the archive.
When enemies attacked Katesh, the Deathless Ones brought the ice from the mountain down upon the city. Thousands were killed. But they committed an atrocity to keep the power. And so will Trinity. But on a much larger scale.
That's not you. The man I've come to know would never harm his people.
Don't you see? All of this is my doing. And it must finally come to an end.
Father! They're on the move.
going to brute force their way into the ice.
Then we've already lost.
No. There has to be a way to stop them. Jacob, the map showed a secret entrance into the city.
Path of the Deathless. But it's too dangerous.
We're running out of time. You know I can't give up now.
If we can delay Trinity, that might just give us a chance.
I will take our forces and attack them on the ice.
Then it's time. Open the path. When you're ready, the entrance lies beneath the observatory. I will do what I can for your friend.
Thank you, Jesus. I was not expecting that. That's so cool, dude. Jacob's the you know? Wait, it's a shiny down there. The shiny. Oh. Beep. Can I make that? Yeah, I can. No, I can't. No, I can't. Oh! Well, I tried. I think now I can. Do I even need to go for that one? Oh, it's metal. Give me the metal. Alright.
I just have to catch my breath for a moment. This place, Kitezh, Jacob, the Deathless Ones. I've been running so fast for so long, I haven't stopped to acknowledge the simple fact that all of this is real. A part of me can't believe it. But I know Jacob was telling the truth. Whatever made him is here, and I'm going to find it before Trinity. I only wish Dad was alive to share in this discovery.
Here we are. With the Lord himself. Can I get any more upgrades? Yes, I can. Drum mag! Oh, baby. Oh, Berber. 24! Oh my god. Shiny.
Amazing. Jacob, I'm heading in. What will I find down here?
My people haven't been down there since we sealed it off, centuries ago. But it should be safe, at least until you make it past the orrery.
Was it part of the observatory?
It was built by my astronomers, before the Deathless buried the old city. You'll need to use it to open the entrance to Kitezh.
I just realized something. Jacob has a kid. Unless that's not actually his kid. I'm gonna be honest, she doesn't really look anything like him.
This is extraordinary. Let's see how this thing works.
Let's not talk about that. Oh, wait, am I actually not supposed to? Oh. Okay. Where do I go? Oh. Spin. And now I jump. What the fuck? Are you come on! It has like... Am I not supposed to jump on that? It's got like the white marks on it. Alright, what if I pull this one? So I feel like I'm supposed to go up there, right? And then maybe this one? What does this one do? That's what I want to know. Oh, it gives me the wall. Okay. Oh, now she grabs it. Okay, sure. Path of the Deathless, more like Path of Deathmore. More like Path of... yeah, no, you got it. I keep fucking dying here. I can't make that. What am I supposed to make? Oh! I need to pull this twice. I see. Now I do a hop, skip, and a jump. Now I pull you more, right? Can I can't aim while I'm balancing. What? Well, now I can't go anywhere. Did I just fuck myself? I think I might have fucked myself. Please don't kill me. God damn it! Okay, pull that, and then pull this. What's on the other side of that? Yeah, it's that. Okay, figured. I did it. Ooh. Coins. I'm so smart. Oh, there's more. Right? No. Interact. What? Wait, what is this for? Oh, there's stuff up there. Is that not where I'm supposed to go? That is where I'm supposed to go. This is a side thing over here.
The Mongols destroyed everything, and the city sank beneath the ice.
Okay. What is the purpose of extending the bridge? I need to turn this. I need to move this on the other side. And then I use the ramp. Wait, no. I can just use the ramp from here. There's already a piece in line. I just gotta jump. I'm assuming this unlocks the movement, lets it rotate.
Jacob's people were ahead of their time. Watch your step, Lara.
I need that thing to come back. Wait, how do I make that? Wait, where do I go from here? The dog's brain at work. Go! I'm not gonna make that. Fuck! Fuck! God damn it! That's a hell of a username. Yes, I have been playing for 8 hours straight. I've taken breaks. It's Asharian, are you still here? How far am I in the story? Like how many more hours would you say I've got? 'Cause I probably will actually. I might leave this for a part 3. Oh, let's go. Femboy Milkman. Oh, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Boneheads. Good to see you. Femboys. Nani? Have you been drinking plenty of water? Of course. I've got the hydrate redeem for a reason. I need to time this, right? I think an hour or 2. Okay. All right. Yeah, I could probably definitely knock this out tonight then. That is if these puzzles don't fucking break my head. Is there a specific point? I need to lock it back in place, right? Yeah. Wait, not now. Hold on. What?
Jacob's people were ahead of their time. Watch your step, Lara.
Maybe if I stop it from... Oh, I see. That one. I need to climb one of those from the other side. I need to lock it in place. Damn, I have to wait for it to come all back around. Okay. What time is it for you? 10:30 a.m. I've been playing all night. That's why I have Insomniac start times in my bio. Because I am also quite literally an Insomniac. Now. Walk. Stop. 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 Fuck. Can I not put this back? Oh no. Oh shit. Alright, maybe I am off. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. I appreciate that you care for my health, but it's fine. Really. Yeah, these are supposed to be moving. Where do I go from here? I'm not gonna make that. Fuck.
Patience, Lara. Now!
Thank you for screaming. Alright, where do I go from here? The center point. Oh yeah. Ooh, and I get a book for it. For my troubles. Oh boy, what's in the book? Goosebumps, Chapter 7, Volume 4. Oh, no. It's just the Old Testament.
This one speaks of the advanced archery skills developed in Byzantium.
Classically trained. Thank you, thank you. Increase the number of arrows you can rapidly shoot to 3. Ooh. Jump. Can I make that? Now I can.
Bells. The old city is close.
Lara, we're on the mountain above the glacier.
Can you see Trinity?
Yes, they're beginning their operation.
I'm entering the old city now. Listen, Sophia, don't attack them too soon.
Branch.
We'll give it some time. I'll contact you again soon.
Having fun spinning over there, femboy?
Έχουν όπλα που δεν έχουμε ξαναδεί ομοιά τους, όπως εσείς χωράτε την πανοπλία της πίστης. Και όταν πέσετε, θα σηκωθείτε ξανά. Θα τους σκοτώσετε όλους. Η πηγή δεν θα μετακινηθεί. Θα υπακούσετε τη διαταγή του προφήτη.
What do you think they're saying? Probably something cool in Greek. Probably cursing you for taking all their stuff. Listen, if they didn't want it taken, they shouldn't have kept it laying around. It's finders keepers. I'm an archaeologist after all. Oh, I thought I was supposed to. Oh well. It's okay. It's the Greek curse. I'm supposed to be over here. I love it here. Alright, this time we're gonna grab it. Just needed to encourage her. Dun 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 dun.
So many of them.
This wouldn't be the first time, though. The immortal Japanese army, they were pretty much the same thing as this. Oh, goddamn. I got a skill point. Let's do this one. More arrows. More arrows. Good thing you didn't see my hand. Come on. Oh. What the fuck? Oh, hi. You're dead, right? 2nd century weaponry is nothing to my guns. Wait, come back. Where you go? I'm gonna kill it. Am I out of ammo? Getting there. Can I make anything? Out of ammo. Oh, hi. Hello? Fire arrow! Explosive arrow! Explosive arrow! Explosive arrow! Nice. Just another casual fight, fighting immortal soldiers from another century, eh, Laura? Did they do this in the 3rd game? I don't actually know anything about the 3rd one.
Do you think you can stop them?
The best we can do is buy you some time. I'll see you on the other side.
The Chamber of Souls. The Divine Source has to be there. Looks like the way into the city center is through that gate.
Mongolian? Huh.
I don't know what I expected an immortal being to be like, but Jacob seems so...
Break action. Oh, wait.
Human.
I've got a new shotgun. Ooh, double barrel.
All that experience and knowledge.
Ooh. Oh, baby.
It's difficult to fathom. And yet, he lied to his own people for generations. All for the sake of this secret. What wonders will be unlocked with the Divine Source?
Damn, this shit packs a punch. Hang on, wait a minute.
Of the soul.
Fuck the automatic. Double barrel?
Some extraordinary new scientific discovery.
We're going Doom guy on these
One
ancient
thing is
dudes.
certain. It's too important to allow Trinity to control.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Although I don't think these guys, I can make them go crazy with the hallucinogenic fucking thing, right? So it might be worth to switch to the compound bow. Although, if I'm being honest, I'm almost not really ever using the bow. And if I am, I'm using it for the explosives, so maybe I'll actually hang on to this. Let's go. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Can I stick something on this?
The Deathless are patrolling the streets. Got to stay out of sight.
Actually, I don't think the Japanese army in the last game was immortal. Or were they? I'm gonna kill you. Stab. Oh, he had leather on him. That's what I need. I need more fucking leather. I think. I actually don't think I need anything outside of like weapon upgrade parts. I've pretty much got every other upgrade. Where am I going? Over there. Right, okay. Okay. Ooh, a boar. In your skin. Uh-oh. Stab. Stab. Think we're good. Anything in here? Any loot? Any ancient loot boxes? Any more ancient loot boxes? This looks like a massive area. Hang on, I want to see what's over here. If there even is anything. Yep.
There's a piece of flint in the pouch. It's a striker to start a fire.
Oh. Flint. Why do you say flint like it's a snack? Don't eat the flint. Oh. Trebuchet.
Maybe I could use them to break through that gate.
Oh, hi. Ow. I'm gonna eat the flint. Don't eat the flint. Coins. Yummers, no! No yummers! That's bad for you. Get on the rope. Ascend! Oh, hi. Oh, God. Machine gun! Oh! Shotgun! Pistol! Explosive! Whee! Yeah, I gotta reload everything. Alright, we're good. How do I... Oh. I don't think I can reach that. I eated the flint. That's it. You're grounded. For eating flint. Uh-oh. You've spoiled your appetite for dinner. Your mother will be very disappointed. How do I commandeer your trebuchet? Come on. Hi.
Got to break down that gate.
How do I... Oh.
That's good enough. Now to fire.
Might be too high. Oh. Nope. What? No.
That did it.
Well, maybe you should think twice next time you eat flint. It's bad for you. I'm just trying to look after your health. Can I make more? Also, I'm not using my hollow point. I need to use hollow point more. Oh.
There's been some structural damage. The battle certainly took its toll. But most of the city is still standing.
Armor-piercing arrows. Oh. Why would I appreciate the upgrade, but have you considered bullet? I'm gonna kill you. Let me just reload. Come on, man, I'm shooting a Desert Eagle at you.
Almost there. The Chamber of Souls is through that gate. Just need to find another trebuchet.
The one that's been streaming since 2 a.m. is looking after my health? Yeah. Listen, I'm already dead, okay? You don't have to worry about my health. If I die, I just come back to life. You, on the other hand... Oh, sorry about that. Oh, hang on. Alright, where was I? Can I open? Open. Eagle. Yeah, sorry, so I had to talk to someone.
You don't have much time, Lara. You must reach the source before them.
There's nothing more you can do. Get somewhere safe.
Not a chance. You need us as much as we need you. We survive together, or we die alone. Now go.
Trebuchet, 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 trebuchet. Have you played Thief? No, but it is on my list. It is on my to-do list. I do own the game. One of these days, it's gonna get played on stream. I've always wanted to play it. Hold. What does that do? I recently started it. 100% worth it. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've heard only good things about it. I'm definitely excited to play it. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. God damn it. Yeah. Pretty much. Can I make a... No! Lara, no! God damn it. I love these sound effects. Thank you. They fit. They fit the situations that call for it. Alright. Trebuchet. 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 You guys know about r/trebuchet memes? trebuchet. There. Fire the trebuchet. Oh.
Something's in the way.
Stop.
Got to be a way to clear it.
I need to turn it Okay, what's over here? What is the point of that? Can I not just pull this?
Not strong enough.
I see. Do you listen to grunge? A little bit, yeah, I do.
That worked. Now to take out that gate.
Do I need to hit that again? Oh.
Almost through. Just one more shot.
Just need to commandeer another trebuchet. Fuck. Yippee! I'm glad that makes you happy. Climb. Lara, climb. Hey, what's up? Trebuchet!
Can't aim with the gears frozen solid.
God damn it. Let's see. Oh. A dog toy. Hi. Oh my gosh, I just woke up and I see there was a Crimson Sweetheart here. Thanks so much. Hope they're here. I think they might be asleep. But yeah, we had a lot of gifted subs given earlier. It was they were very nice. Enjoy the sub and the emotes. Look at you. You're already going, well, emote. That's because we've only got one. But it's a goodie.
The siege of Katesh must have lasted for months.
Oh yeah, we really are under a glacier, aren't we? Oh. Cool. No way, other way. I need to fill the bucket with agua. Is that not working? No. Oh. Huh. Oh, I see. I see how I break it. Okay. Love you too, dog toy. Not sure why, but watching you is oddly entertaining. You know, you wouldn't be the first person who's told me that. Gotta go up there. God damn it. Usually can't watch for more than like 20 minutes. Aw. I'm flattered. Got the attention of a femboy. A femboy milkman. It's the tail, yeah. Yeah? Is it the swishing? It can be quite hypnotizing, can't it? It's hypnotic, yep. Can I shoot this? Also, to specify, I'm not the femboy. Oh, right, you're the one who milks the femboys. Okay. Got it, gotcha. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? There's all this here, but why? I assume it's for the water? No, I would need this to be on the other side, and I can't tie this to another part. I'm thinking we rotate this the other way. Right, yeah, I need to rotate this the other way while I'm facing the other way. So, will this work? No. Okay. I fucking God damn it. God, it's not the bow. It is indeed hypnotic. Nice. That's actually just me casting a spell on you. It's me enacting charm person. It's all in the hypnoticness of the tale. You know how some people hide binary in, or you know how some people hide Morse code in things. This is it's my tale is doing the same kind of thing, except it's compelling you to continue watching and to hit the follow button and to subscribe, but only if you want to. I genuinely don't know what to do here. See, my first assumption was that we would slam onto this. Yeah, because there's this ramp here.
Just a bit higher.
But then how do I get higher?
There must be something I can use to balance the crane arm.
Balance the crane arm. Balance the crane arm. Balance the crane arm? Oh, balance the crane arm. Wait, how do I climb up there now? Oh. Duh. Alright, I see how to do this. My brain is decayed. Be patient. Must transmit the path oboe gen. I'm being compelled. The path oboe gen. It finds its next victim.
This should balance the arm.
Whee!
Just a bit higher.
Oh, really? Higher, you say? I have to kick it off the edge. Duh. Alright, if I have to go up here one more time, I'm gonna actually fucking blow my brains out. Right? Kick? Do I kick? No, that's not what I want. Oh wait, there's a bag here. Oh, rotate it. Oh, pull. Now I pull it back. Lara Croft, pull. Now it's good, right? Yeah. Lara Croft, smash. Oh.
Just a bit higher.
God damn it. Higher, more higher? There's no other way I can counter the wave. Unless they're talking like... Oh, did that just open the bottom? Oh, wait, I can fill the bucket now, right? Yes, it's closed on the bottom. Oh, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I gotta fill the bucket with water. Yep. It was open on the bottom. That's why I didn't think I had to put water in it, but now it has water. Or now it's closed. I mean, oh my god, he's doing it. Lara Croft, smash! Oh fuck. Indeed, base. Yippee! Lara Croft! God damn it. Alright, now how do I reach that? The other side? No, wait. Is it possible the bucket is too full? Might be possible the bucket is too full. Wait. We rotate this once. And then we open the bucket. Because it passed through the water 2 times. I think that was not supposed to happen.
It drains slowly.
Oh, it's a time thing.
Maybe I can use that to my advantage.
Okay.
It's not holding water.
Hang on. Lara Croft smash! Let's fucking go!
Yes, that did it.
Yippee! Guys, the Greeks are here.
Archers. Got to take them out. Just have to aim this thing.
Aim this thing. Oh, Trebuchet rounds to take out a group of enemies. Oh, I see. Lara Croft. Kill! Yeah, let me get the gate. Use your guns. I'm gonna save ammo by using the trebuchet. I'll be back in a little, sure. No problem. Where are the rest of them? Oh, they're there. Lara Croft, kill! Nice. Let's make like a tree and leaf. How do I get out of here? Oh. Box. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy. Oh, hi. Ow. Lara Croft Desert Eagle. Lara Croft Double Barrel. Ow. Lara Croft Submachine Gun. How do I get down from here? God damn it. Stop shooting me, stop shooting me. Oh, I see, I see. Fuck. That's fire. I do like the double barrel, but this reload time's kind of killing it for me. Oh! Oh! Uh-oh. Come on. Oh shit. Hello, boys. got something for you. Ah, reload! I'm out of everything. I'm out of submachine gun.
Yes.
Lara, Trinity has broken through. We can't.
I can't make that. Wait a minute. God damn it. I only realized after I had gone. Oh god, that's not the arrow. I had only realized until after I had jumped. Yeah, they really want you to put arrows in all these things pretty much. Lara Croft, swing! That's a strong arrow. I think it's just a strong bow and arrow. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe Cal could probably tell you more. He's our resident archer. Arrow climbing. I know how arrow climbing works. I just did it. Take it easy. Like, I think canonically I'm supposed to be using like a compound bow. I just have this one because it has a nice ability. Where do I go? Oh. Uh-oh, no, why did you do that? God fucking damn it, I'm not even pushing left. What am I even climbing? Where am I? I'm just on this tower? Oh, I'm on the I'm here. Okay. Lost my sense of direction. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, man? Are you bloody fucking kidding me? It's Tuesday, isn't it? Chicken Nando's, bruv. I don't have anything I need here. climbing.
No, no, no! Shit!
What the fuck? Is that guy T-posing? Do you see that? This guy just like in the center, just T-posing against the wall. That. Okay. The game was like, don't look at that. You didn't see that. He wasn't T-posing. He was like default posing.
Oh shit! Gotta move.
Oh fuck. Look, he's doing it. They're doing it too. They're default posing. It's like their climbing animation broke. What? Okay. Guess I'll just go fuck myself. They angled the cam down to show it off at first too. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. How did you get here? Bottomless magazine.
I see you, Lara. We'll do whatever we can to support you from here.
Thank you, Sophia. I'll take whatever help I can get.
No ray red ammo. That's a grenade. Oh, that's a reload. Come on. Oh, I'm out. I'm out. I only have fire.
I'm taking fire.
He's taking fire. I don't have to reload. I'm shooting fire.
Lara, you have to get to cover. We're about to fire, and you're out in the open.
I can't.
Fire! Fire! need more bullets. I need more bullets. Hi. Oh, now my cover works, huh?
Oh shit.
Hang on, let me just make more of these.
Thank you, Sophia. Hell of a shot.
Fire rounds. Just get some of these. Just get some of these. Point of no return. There are no base camps beyond this point. Fast travel, higher upgrades will not be possible. Ah! We're about to beat the game. I don't even have enough fucking coins for anything, so we might as well fucking go. I have 4 skills? Holy shit. There's a chicken. Sure, we'll do this one. This one. Dodge counter. Dodge do this one. Oh, dodge kill. Ah. Duelist reflexes increases timing window. Available for dodge counter. I'll do dodge kill. I kill when I dodge. Can I get the last equipment thing? Yeah, it's just this. Oh, I could have gotten this. More grenade or more shotgun shells, but oh well. Oh wait, let me actually make more ammo. I think I can, yeah, I can make more of these, more of these, more of these. Alright, that's everything. Let's get the last of the weapon upgrades in here. Rate of fire, yeah. I don't have the thing for this. Oh, the refinement tool is what the fucking guy sells, right? Yeah, I'm not fucking getting that thing anytime soon. What is this? Rate of fire, sure. And then it's everything. Should I stick with the SMG or should I switch to the AK? I'll stick with the SMG. Desert Eagle or I mean, probably just Desert Eagle. I don't really want to use the revolver. Or the 1911. Alright, we're good. Let's get out of here. Let's beat this shit. Woo! Dodge Master, I need that on my phone for scam calls. I need Dodge Kill for scam calls. Whenever a robot calls me, I just cause them to explode. Helicopter boss battle.
I don't think you'll be able to hit him.
We'll keep trying. We're reloading the trap, you say? Hold on.
Come on.
The helicopter is too fast. We'll never be able to hit him.
Wait! I have an idea. If I shoot the fireball when it's near the chopper, the blast might hit it.
I hope you're right. Give us the signal. We'll be ready.
That's a hell of a call.
Here we go.
Got you, you son of a bitch.
Damn it! Send in a squad, now! I want her dead!
You've got to get out of there!
No, we're in this fight to the end.
Great motherfucker.
Thank you, Sophia.
Need bullets. Oh great, the fucking goof troops here.
Back your way.
I'm not done yet.
Do the thing.
We have to reset the counterweight. We'll be ready soon.
Oh. That's not gonna reach. Wait, do I have 3 shots in this?
Alright, here goes.
Oh, hi.
If there's anyone left alive down there, I want Crocs dead. That's your last order.
Oh, hi. Counter. Fuck, I missed. Oh my god. Ah! Please. I'm begging you. Fire! Seriously? Okay.
Watch out, Laura. He's on his way to you. Give us time, Laura. We're reloading.
I see bullets. 8 bullets, amazing. Oh, now we're good.
It's ready. On your signal. All right, here goes.
She's gonna pop out of the helicopter. Holy shit. Not great. God damn it. What am I doing? Stealth was an option, and we just didn't do it. Hi. Hang on. Need hollow point. There you are. Oh. My bow!
Just you and I now, Lara. You have no weapons, no allies, no hope.
What happened to my grenades?
This place will become
Or my
your mind.
guns? Explosive can.
No! My destiny lies in the Chamber of Souls. I've come too close to be stopped now. You know,
Explosive can.
you're stronger than your father ever was.
Oh fuck.
He never would have made it this far.
Explosive can.
This is not my destiny. I was meant for greatness.
This was never your destiny. Your sister let you believe that.
I did it all of this for her. Don't you walk away from me. Wait! Trinity killed your father.
No, you're lying.
He begged for his life. And when that failed, he begged for yours.
You're wrong! Shut up! Just shut up! Burn in hell. Your men are defeated. Your brother is dead. No! That's what Trinity has wrought. Death. And that's all they'll ever bring. Give this up.
I gave up everything for this. I have no intention of giving it to Trinity.
What about your father? You're dooming him to be mocked by history. How can you let this go? When you're so close?
I'm willing to make that sacrifice. I can't let you take it.
Think of the millions, suffering and dying. We can save them. We can change the world. Together.
The cost is too high, Anna. We aren't meant to live forever. Death is a part of life.
That's easy for you to say. You're not the one who's dying.
But this isn't about you. This is about humanity, about protecting what it means to be human.
They're coming! We're surrounded!
Jacob, look out!
The sword is not meant for the world!
This is your chance, Lara. Everything I've done, everything you've done. Another Croft doesn't have to die for this.
But I'm willing to.
Well, I'm not. Please. I'm dying. This is my only hope.
Anna, no!
No!
for too long already.
You knew I'd destroy it.
In all my years, I've met few as extraordinary as you. It's finally happening. My ending.
I'm sorry. All I wanted was to make a difference.
You already have. You already have.
Oh my god, he gets Thanos snapped. He just turned into ash. Oh my god, Jacob.
My dearest Lara, I often think about how my father would turn over in his grave if he knew the shame I had brought upon our family's name. Croft, what does it even mean? I just hope you can make your own mark on this world someday. Remember that the extraordinary is in what we do, not who we are.
Destroying the source was the right thing to do.
I still feel like I let him down.
It's
I think you
Jonah!
would have made the same choice. Come on. You've got a plane to catch.
I listened to his last tape 1,000 times, but it's as if I was hearing my father's words only now, for the first time. It doesn't matter what choices he would have made. I have to make my own. The myth of Katesh was real. There are secrets out there that can change the world. I need to find them, not for my father, not for anyone else. Trinity is still out there, and they're more powerful than I ever imagined. I can stop them. I can make a difference. I can make the right difference.
Woo! Woo! We did it! Yay! Yay! Hooray! That was really good. I really like this game. That was fun. Some of my deaths are bullshit because, I don't know, sometimes I just fall. I feel like I died more to falling than anything else. But that it'd be like that, I guess. It'd be like that.
As I cross the raging sea, waves are crashing over me.
This was good. I like this. We did it.
I will not drown.
Magic is real. It's totally possible to make another one. True. True. There is a third game. That wasn't self-defense. That was murder. He had it coming. That is a staple of the Tomb Raider games, though. True. True. Yeah, I guess. I've never played the old school ones, but I guess there is a lot of falling in that one. I'm back. Welcome back. May I present to you the credits? Did you finish the game? Yeah. We did it. We beat the game. May I present to you once again the credits in all its credits glory. Okay, I'm tired. How long have we been going? 9.5 hours. Oh my god. Oh, my neck. The uppers just hit on the spot and don't grab. Do the same thing 3 more times exactly, and every time it's a coin toss whether she grabs or not. Yo, word, actually. Oh my god. I'm certain there's plenty of clips of this playthrough. That exact shit happening. Kutra Hegyur. Kuda Hegyur. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering your name. Hi. Welcome on into the Boneheads. Thank you so much for the follow. Spooky music. Spooky. Kuda is fine. Hi, Kuda. Welcome in to the Boneheads. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, we did it. Woo! Woo! We beat the game. Woo! We did it. Hooray! You gonna go Eepers now? You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. I'm gonna fucking rest my beans. I'm gonna fucking lay down. This was good. I enjoyed this. I don't know. Should I? Yeah, fuck it. I think next stream I'm just gonna get right into the third one. Let's fucking do it. Finish the whole fucking Tomb Raider series right here, right goddamn now. Live on the twitch.tv/LoseSkulldog. EP Skulldog? Oh yeah. Go get that rest. Enjoyed watching you play. Thank you! Thank you so much! Eat well, thank you. Mwah. I love you all. Mwah, 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 mwah. Thank you so much for the follows, the subs. Crimson, if you're listening, thank you so much. And thank you, the viewer, for accompanying me on this journey. This was an adventure we could both have. And you know, the real treasure was the friends we made along the way. Okay. Alright, I'm actually gonna leave now. It's fucking exhausting. Thank you for the fun stream. Thank you for joining. Buenas nachos. Buenas noches. Duermen bien. Les veo en la próxima. Hasta luego. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.